Welcome in, chat. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh shit, stuck in time. What's up? What's up, Matthew? Welcome in. Welcome in, y'all. We're gonna play some music. Gonna play some music. Welcome in, y'all. Double tap that like button for me. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you, Alfie. And where's the... Welcome in. Welcome in.
It's can start making videos today. Welcome back to Think Media, Nate here. Now, before we jump into the list, I quickly want to break down what you should actually be looking for in a vlogging camera, because the best camera really depends on how you vlog. The first thing I always look for is ease of use. When you're vlogging, the last thing you want is to be buried in menus or constantly adjusting settings. So features like reliable autofocus and screen so you can see yourself make a huge difference. Second is stabilization. This is very important whether you are walking or just holding the camera at arm's length. Good stabilization is what makes your footage look smooth and professional instead of shaky, which can distract. Third is the image quality. Does the footage actually look good? At a minimum, I recommend that camera can shoot 4K because it gives you a cleaner image and more flexibility in editing. And finally, audio. You can have amazing video, but if your audio is bad, people won't stick around. So having decent built-in microphones, or at least a microphone input. So you're looking to buy a camera to make high quality vlogs, but with so many different options out there, it's tough to know which ones are actually worth your money. Well, to make this decision easier, I'm rounding up 5 of the best vlogging cameras, so you can probably choose the one that fits your needs and budget, so you can start making videos today.
You gotta just press record.
Welcome back to Think Media, Nate here. Now, before we jump into the list, I quickly want to break down what you should actually be looking for in a vlogging camera, because the best camera really depends on how you vlog. The first thing I always look for is ease of use. When you're vlogging, the last thing you want is to be buried in menus or constantly adjusting settings. So features like reliable autofocus and a screen so you can see yourself make a huge difference. Second is stabilization. This is very important whether you are walking or just holding the camera at arm's length. Good stabilization is what makes your footage look smooth and professional instead of shaky, which can distract viewers. Third is the image quality. Does the footage actually look good? And at a minimum, I recommend a camera that can shoot 4K because it gives you a cleaner image and more flexibility in editing. And finally, audio. You can have amazing video, but if your audio is bad, people won't stick around. So having decent built-in microphones, or at least a microphone input, is huge for vlogging. Keeping those in mind, I broke this video down in So you're looking to buy a camera to make high quality vlogs, but with so many different options out there, it's tough to know which ones are actually worth your money. Well, to make this decision easier, I'm rounding up 5 of the best vlogging cameras, so you can probably choose the one that fits your needs and budget, so you can start making videos today.
You gotta just press record.
Welcome in, chat. I appreciate everybody in here.
Now,
What's
before
up,
we
y'all?
jump into the list, I quickly
How y'all
want to
doing?
break down
What's up,
what you
Bobby?
should actually
What's up,
be looking for in a
Pastor?
vlogging camera, because the best camera really
Hey, I got
depends
you
on
again, bro.
how
It's
you
good.
vlog. The first thing I always look for is ease of use. When you're vlogging, the last thing you want is to be buried in menus or constantly adjusting settings. So features like reliable autofocus and a screen so you can see yourself make a huge difference. Second is stabilization. This is very important whether you are walking or just holding the camera at arm's length. Good stabilization is what makes your footage look smooth and professional instead of shaky, which can distract viewers. Third is the image quality. Does the footage actually look good? And at a minimum, I recommend that camera
What's up, Jack? What's
4K because it gives you a cleaner image and more flexibility in editing. And finally, audio. You can have amazing video, but if your audio is bad, people won't stick around. So having decent built-in microphones, or at least a microphone input, is huge for vlogging. Keeping those in mind, I broke this video down into 5 different categories, each covering the best vlog camera for a specific type of creator. So feel free to skip around to the part of the video you're most interested in, and I'll have all the cameras and here I mentioned linked in the description if you want to check anything out. So let's start off with the best camera for beginners. When you're brand new to vlogging, you want a camera that's simple, compact, and just works every time you press record. And after getting to test the Canon PowerShot V1, this has easily become one of my favorite beginner-friendly vlogging cameras. What surprised me most about the PowerShot V1 is how often I chose it, even when I had bigger and more expensive cameras around. This camera is basically the definition of point and shoot. There is no lenses to swap, no complicated setup, and definition, even when I had bigger and more expensive cameras
What's up,
around.
y'all? Welcome
This camera is basically the definition of point and shoot. There is no lenses to swap, no complicated setup, setup. You can just turn it on, hit record, and
Thanks
you're
for the follow.
One of the first things I noticed is the build quality. It feels really solid.
Thank you for the heart
and
lead.
it's a
Let's
little
go.
bit chunkier than other point and shoot
Thank you
cameras,
so much.
but that actually works in its favor.
My name
When I
is
was filming on a
KJ.
boat
Where
in
you from?
Hawaii, the deeper grip made it feel much more secure, and the extra bit of weight helped
Thank you
smooth
so
out
much.
some of
Thank
those
you so
nicer
much, fat boy.
jitters compared to lighter cameras. Canon also added a built-in cooling fan, which is huge. We were shooting in hot, sunny conditions, and even with the sun directly hitting the camera, it never shut off on me. I did get a couple temperature warnings, but the camera kept rolling, which is just awesome, especially for
Thank
vlog.
you.
And speaking of the lens, this is a 16 to 50 millimeter equivalent lens in terms of full frame. So at 16 millimeter, you get a very wide shot, which makes it so easy for filming yourself as well as capturing your environment. You don't necessarily have to fully extend your arm to fit in the frame. There's also enough room to fit another person in frame comfortably, which is perfect if you're doing little casual interviews or vlogging with a guest. So super great lens. And if you want to zoom in on the action, you can go up to 50 millimeter, which gives you a nice tighter look for visual shots. If you don't want to spend time color grading, you honestly don't have to. I left this camera pretty much on the automatic picture profile for this trip, and the footage just looked really good. In terms of slow motion, you can get up to 60 frames per second in 4K, again, which is great if you are trying to get more cinematic style videos. This camera also has fast and reliable autofocus, which just locks onto faces and stays there. There's also a built-in ND filter, which is just amazing in a camera like this. Basically, you can go shooting outdoors. Don't necessarily need to have to worry about bringing extra accessories just to make your shots look good. And the built-in microphone sounds surprisingly good, but if you want to upgrade your audio, there is a 3.5 millimeter microphone input, as well as a headphone jack to monitor your audio, which is awesome. Low light performance was another pleasant surprise. I was able to push this camera all the way up to ISO 6400 during some night shoots, and it held up really well for cameras this small. Definitely better than action cameras or even your phone camera in terms of low light. Probably its greatest strength is the PowerShot V1 is not intimidating. It's lightweight, compact, and easy to bring with you, which means you're more likely to use it, and that's the most important thing when you are starting out. That being said, there are a few limitations you want to keep in mind. Number one is you can't swap lenses, so you're stuck with this built-in lens, which I do think is great. 4K 60 does have a crop, so you'll need to adjust framing when you switch between 4K 24 and 4K 60. And the stabilization is good, but maybe not as good as some of the other cameras on this list. Price point for the PowerShot V1 is $850, which I recognize that is not cheap. But if you are looking for a simple all-in-one vlogging camera, this is really hard to beat. If you're the kind of vlogger that does a lot of travel, walking and talking, or really want footage that looks smooth while you are moving, then you should definitely consider the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. The Pocket 3 has become incredibly popular for vlogging because of one main reason, and that is the built-in 3-axis gimbal design, which gives you some of the smoothest handheld footage you can get without needing to carry a separate gimbal. And the crazy thing is how small this thing is. It can literally fit in your pocket, hence its name, and it makes it one of the most easiest cameras to bring with you if you are traveling. A few reasons why I like the Osmo Pocket 3 is number one, its field of view. It has a 20mm equivalent field of view, which is really solid for vlogging. You get a nice wide look that both captures you and your surroundings. And if you want to go even wider, DJI sells a magnetic wide angle adapter that just snaps onto the front in seconds. That allows you to fit a little bit more into the shot. Image quality is genuinely impressive for a camera of this size. The footage is sharp, the colors look vibrant, and despite the camera body, the DJI Pocket 3 has a relatively large 1-inch sensor, which helps in low light situations, and you can even get a bit of background blur when you are filming yourself. Audio is another big win here. The internal microphones sound great, so you can just totally start vlogging with this setup. But one of my favorite things about DJI cameras is how seamlessly you can connect their wireless microphones. You can pair something like the DJI Mic Mini or for the Mic 3 directly to the Pocket 3, and you're recording clean audio straight into the camera. You don't have to worry about syncing in post or additional editing steps. There are a bunch of accessories for the Pocket 3 now. If you get something like the Creator Combo, it has a included battery extension grip, as well as the DJI Mic 2 transmitter, as well as that wide angle lens. Basically gives you everything you need to vlog all day. Battery life is solid too. You can get around 2.5 hours of recording in 4K, and you can recharge it via USB-C, or using the extension grip, you can get a little bit more battery life throughout the day. There are a few trade-offs to consider with the DJI Pocket 3 that some people overlook. First, you are pretty much locked into that one focal length. Yes, the wide angle adapter helps, but you don't have that same framing flexibility you get with cameras that can zoom or can swap lenses. Second, because this camera relies on physical gimbal motors, it is a little bit more delicate. I'm always careful to store it back in its case when I'm not using it. I also mentioned that this camera has a bit of a learning curve. Because this camera is so different, you want to spend some time to learn the different gimbal modes and really get comfortable with it to get the best results. Price for the Pocket 3 starts at $520 for the camera itself, or $670 for the Creator Combo. One thing that is worth mentioning is that the Pocket 3 can be hard to find, especially here in the US, since it goes in and out of stock pretty often. And yes, the Pocket 4 might be around the corner. That being said, even if a newer model comes out, the Pocket 3 is still so good and it's going to be relevant for years to come. But before we get into the next camera, if you're serious about creating content this year, it's great to know which camera and tools you need, but there is a whole other side to this, and that is the strategy. When I started YouTube over a decade ago, I was honestly pretty lost and overwhelmed trying to learn everything all at once and trying to apply it all. I know a lot of you probably feel the same way right now, but looking back, I definitely could have grown a lot faster if I had fully understood what stage I was in and what I actually needed to focus on next. That's why we at Think Media put together a free quiz that you can take. It only takes about 2 minutes, and it helps you get clarity on where you are as a creator, what you should be focusing on, and what your next step is if your goal is to grow and make money on YouTube. If that sounds helpful, you can scan the QR code on screen or head to mycreativequiz.com. Now, if you want the simplest possible camera for vlogging, especially if you do a lot of outdoor content, then my top action camera pick right now is the DJI Action 6. The reason I chose this camera is how easy it is to use. You can turn it on, hit record, and you're filming. And that's why I often recommend action cameras to someone who is just starting out. Not only is it so simple, but it's packed with a ton of features that make it easier to get great quality video. Features like Horizon Steady if you are walking and talking with the camera, but maybe you're holding the camera at a slight angle and don't realize it. Well, the camera will automatically correct and make sure that horizon is nice and level. That feature is so nice because sometimes I don't realize that I'm holding the camera at an odd angle, but my footage still looks really smooth and level, and I don't necessarily have to worry about it. They also added new film tones to this camera, which gives you a nice polished look straight out of camera. So if you don't want to color grade your videos, you don't have to, and that can save a lot of time for creators. Another underrated feature is 50 gigabytes of internal storage. If you've ever forgotten your SD card, you know how much a pain it is to realize you can't film. But with internal storage, you can still keep filming. That has saved me more than once. And just like on the DJI Pocket 3, audio quality is surprisingly good on the Action 6. Perfect if you just want to vlog with a camera like this, or you can connect two wireless microphones straight into the camera and have great wireless audio. The image quality looks sharp and clean, and that new square sensor allows you to shoot once and reframe later for YouTube, Shorts, or TikTok. Now, there are some things to be aware of with the Action 6. Like most action cameras, this uses a fixed focus, so you won't get a blurry background. It won't separate you from the background as it would on a larger camera. And you can't get too close to objects or else they will be out of focus. While low light performance has significantly improved, it's still not the best choice if you're filming mostly out at night or indoors. Price for the Action 6 costs around $370 or $440 for the Adventure Combo. With that, you get some extra batteries, a charging case, and a selfie stick. But if you're on a tighter budget, the Action 5 is still a great option, especially if you don't need all the bells and whistles of the latest, greatest Action 6. And if you were planning on upgrading, I probably wouldn't unless you really need better low light performance and that new 1x1 recording. If you want to learn more about the Action 6, I've actually done a full in-depth video on it, along with full videos on every camera in this list. I'll have all linked in the description down below for you to check out. But in short, if you want a camera that's easy to use, reliable, and almost impossible to mess up, then the Action 6 is a great choice. Now, instead of buying a camera, one of the best ways to get started with vlogging is honestly just using your phone. Because it's already on you, it's super easy to use, and you can film and edit and upload all from the same device. If you're looking at phones specifically, the iPhone 17 Pro is a standout for creators because it has a few features that actually make a difference for video. Now, I'm not saying you have to go out and buy the latest phone, but for some of you, it might make more sense to upgrade your phone rather than buying a separate camera. Because the biggest benefit of shooting with your phone is the convenience. You always have it on you, and so you're way more likely to capture moments and actually keep filming. Video quality is also really strong. You get great dynamic range, solid low light performance, and a sharp image straight out of the camera. And you also get multiple full lengths in one device. You have an ultra wide camera for getting establishing shots, the main camera for your best overall video quality, and a telephoto lens for zooming in on the action. And with the 17 specifically, you get the selfie camera, which is now much better, sharper, cleaner, and wider. So filming on the front camera actually looks good. And of course, you probably already know how to use your phone camera, so there's really no learning curve. The cool thing about the iPhone is just how many pro features there are now. You can shoot in Apple Log if you really want to get better at color grading. The USB-C port allows you to record to an external SSD. If you really want to take it to the next level, you can even dive into ProRes RAW workflows. There's also a ton of different accessories you can get with the iPhone to really rig it out and make it a great video tool. Things like ND filters or even a microphone for your camera to get even better audio. Now, there are some downsides when you are using the phone as your main recording device. You can fill up your storage very quickly. There's also a lot of distractions with using a phone if you get a phone call during the video. And oftentimes I'm using my phone for other things like keeping track of notes, using my GPS. So I really like to have a separate device for my phone. Probably the biggest thing is that you do need to adjust the settings to get the best image quality. So if you want the exact settings that I recommend for the iPhone 17 Pro, I made a full video breaking it down. I have it linked in the description down below. But if you want the easiest all-in-one setup, something that you actually use every day, your phone might just be your best vlogging camera. If you already were thinking about upgrading your phone anyway, this might be the move. Now, if you want the best image quality possible, something that looks cinematic and professional, maybe a little bit overkill, this is the category where things get serious. Normally, I would recommend a full-frame Sony camera like the Sony a7S III that I'm shooting this video on. The problem is Sony cameras have gotten really expensive, so I wanted to find a full-frame option that delivers top-tier video quality, but at a more reasonable price point. The camera that surprised me the most is the Nikon ZR. This is Nikon's most creator-focused full-frame hybrid camera yet. And the amount of features that they crammed into this camera at this price point is kind of wild. For $2,200 for the body only, you're getting 6K video that looks incredibly sharp and detailed. There are multiple RAW video recording formats. I really have been enjoying the Red RAW codec in this camera. And this huge 4-inch touchscreen is just so nice to use when you are filming. A lot of times as a creator, I do want a bigger screen, but I'm not going to necessarily mount an external monitor because it's just too much hassle. But something like this is so nice. It gives you a lot more confidence when you are filming. Once you have a larger display like this, it's really hard to go back to anything smaller. But I've been blown away with the image quality you can get from this camera. You get 6K up to 60 frames per second or 4K 120 frames per second with a crop. They also have good autofocus performance and good performance in terms of stabilization.
I'm trying to read everybody's comment.
And for the money, that is a lot
I'm
of
gonna learn to
camera.
stop reading out
Now,
loud.
lenses are definitely something to consider and think about when you are getting into the Nikon Z
Where you from?
ecosystem. I've been testing the ZR with a few different
I live in
lenses,
LA.
the 50mm
Where you said you from?
I said I live in LA.
It's incredible.
I'm from
LA?
Yeah, I'm from
Tighter for
Pennsylvania.
vlogging,
Double
but
check
you
the
get
link
something
right
like the 17 to 28
Locker room, thank you, PJ.
f2.8, which is
So
great for
low.
Come on, chat, lock
What
in,
the
lock
freaking
in.
or
weed?
they're
What was that
24 to
called? A
70
weed
if you want
choice?
a super one that can basically do everything.
Y'all lock
I
in.
know
lock
that's
in.
right. On a times two. That's how you use that times two. You look like you from Atlanta. You look like you're from Atlanta, they said. What the heck is in the background? Are you talking about my background background or his background?
I live in
He
Hollywood.
got stuff in the background. I don't know his
to
background.
mount
I live
adapter,
in
and
Hollywood.
you can keep using your existing lenses on the Nikon ZR.
Dang,
From
you
what I've
went
heard from
dummy
other
on
creators,
me,
autofocus
Solo.
works
Thank you. I'm gonna hit you with the
surprisingly well,
follow
and makes
back.
switching
Fake
systems
gamer.
a
You're a
little
fake
less
gamer, Solo.
I'm still checking out the Nikon full review, but so far I've been pretty impressed with this camera, especially when you consider
Solo
what
with the
you're doing
heartbeat.
with
Thank you. The news
But if
is
you want
on.
to see more
No
tests
kidding.
like autofocus or shutter
Oh,
or
the news is
heating or
on.
lens comparisons, let me know in the comments. I'll be sure to include that in the full review.
Hey, G
So
baby.
quickly recap, if you want the
Yeah.
most well
There's like 7 people in here. Like the live chat. Come on, y'all.
the Canon PowerShot V1 has been one of my favorites.
What's your
Pretty much
question?
the tried and true ultra compact camera with
Wait,
perfectly
you've
smooth
always
photos
lived in
from the
LA?
Osmo Pocket 3
For 6
is
years
a
now.
no-brainer. But if you want something that is a little bit easier to use and a lot more durable, the
Ball.
I
Osmo
lived in New York before here.
fantastic option. If you just want to get started
I lived in
today
New
and
York
want the
before here.
easiest all-in-one
Like
setup
New
and
York?
something that you'll actually
Yeah,
use
I
every
just was
day,
there
then the
for like-
iPhone or
Casper,
any
why would
phone
you
for
tell
that
us
matter
that?
would be great.
What the
If
heck
you
was
really
wrong
want to
with
take your vlogging to the next level and want the
Welcome
best
in, y'all.
features, the most cinematic look, and want something that you can use for years to come, then the Nikon ZR is awesome. Let me know in the comments which one you choose and why. I'd
Look,
love to
guys,
hear what
sun is
you're
coming
leaning
up.
toward. So want to check out all the gear I mentioned
With
with
the
the link in the
lead
description down below. And if you're still
countdown.
deciding for that, there's something more versatile like
You're kicking
That's
my
my
ass.
dog for sure.
Why you putting it on my
Yeah,
head like
dog.
this?
We hit 2 in a row. What'd you say?
Why you putting it on my head like this? It's not fair.
Cause you deserve it.
What I do to you?
Oh my gosh, I look so pink. I look like Patrick Star right now.
No, you look like a tomato. Fuck is you talking about?
If I look like a tomato, you look like a girl. What the heck?
You like no girl,
Anyways,
but you do look like a tomato.
yup. A lot of people like this tomato. They want to eat it actually.
I want to eat it too. I want to slice it up.
You're crazy, bruh. Be quiet. Just hush it. Zip it. No way. He looked like. Oh no, I'm not gonna say that out loud. I need to stop saying stuff out loud.
Oh my God!
Stop.
Well, bitch, you burnt out. Well,
Alright, enough. Enough.
One
You're
more.
making me very uncomfortable.
One more.
Pause for a minute when I let you beat it. I'm loving this ride. Smooth like a baby. Smooth like that. Special to the drinking. I'm not gonna lie. You got me speechless. Got 69, more than 25.
It's solo. For real,
Lock in,
Victoria's
OJ,
believing that too, though.
Barbie, Pacific Nation, like the live before I block y'all.
Whoa, why are you doing that to your people? Don't do
They're
that.
not my people. If they was liking live, they'd be my people.
Mother freaker, be nice.
I am nice. This is
If
just
they want to watch you, they can watch you.
nah. No watching for free.
Mother, yes.
No
They
watching for
said
free.
you're Walmart Trey Songs.
I ain't no
She's
woman.
mine.
Who said that? Who? They must
I
think.
need a
I'm,
mod
who-
in here. 'Cause
who-
somebody be my
whoever
mod,
just
please.
said that must think I'm cute. Thank you.
Wait, what does Trey Songs look like again? Make me mod. Jasper, why aren't you mod right now, dude?
Like the live chat.
Am I being loud, guys? Am I being
You
loud?
are. Tone it down.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking 4:30.
It's 7:30 in the morning. Mod me.
Where
I
you
tried
at?
to tell
Where
you
you
to mod me.
from?
Okay, I got you, Boogie, in a hoodie.
Where you from?
I'm a mod you, buddy. Boogie.
Where you from?
Buddy, I'm from Florida. Where you from? Oh, you already told me, LA. Sorry.
Of course you're from Florida.
That's weekend. If you wait, what? 6:30 here. Shamal, where you at? Of course I'm in Florida. What does that mean? Envy freaking P Solo. You gotta
You
stop
seem
me.
crazy.
Thank you, PJ.
You
Thank
seem
you, Gibberish. Thank
crazy.
you, Muhammad. Love. Big Money. Boogie. Jada Kiss. Thank you for the tap.
You seem crazy.
I almost just burped. I'm
People
crazy.
from Florida are crazy.
You're crazy.
Nah.
No, you just don't appreciate my enthusiasm. That's what it is.
Not really. I think your enthusiasm is nice. How long have you been streaming?
Bruh, what the heck? You don't appreciate appreciate me.
I just followed you. If I didn't, I would
Whatever.
have.
Florida the place to be 9-for-1. I don't know about the 9-for-1. The mods like Oprah. Girl, bye.
If you're
I'm
ready to
not
start your
mods.
YouTube
Them people
journey,
been
it
in
can
my
feel
lives
a little bit
for months, even
overwhelming to
mods.
figure out what
Hey, G,
gear
baby,
you
bye-bye.
actually need.
Bye-bye.
There's so much tech out there and nobody wants to overspend on the wrong stuff. Well, after 10 years of working in video production, I'm breaking down everything you actually need to make high quality videos. And whether you're a complete beginner or looking to upgrade your current setup, you'll find gear on this list that'll fit your budget needs. And at the end, I'll show you 3 complete YouTube setups from ultra beginner to a pro level so you can see how we tie this all together. Now, before we jump into the gear, here's just a quick framework that's gonna make everything way easier to understand. Every video you create can be broken down into 4 main parts. And the acronym we use here at the media is AVLS. It stands for audio, video, lighting, and stabilization. If you can dial in these 4 things, you can film amazing videos, whether it's on your phone or if you have a full-fledged studio setup. So let's break down this acronym starting with audio right here because it's often the most overlooked part of the production process. So when choosing the right microphone setup for your YouTube videos, there's really 3 options to choose from. You can choose a shotgun style microphone, a wireless style microphone, or a podcast style microphone. So let's first break down shotgun mics. These mics you mount on top of your camera or some sort of mic stand. And these microphones are very directional, so they're very good at capturing audio directly in front of them. And the benefit of this is they do a great job of canceling out audio that comes from like the left or the right side of the microphone or even the rear of the mic. So very directional. If you sit in front of a shotgun style microphone at about 1 to 2 feet, you're bound to capture really good audio. A budget shotgun microphone would be something like the Deity D4 Mini. This is a really tiny directional shotgun style microphone, and they can be found between $40 and $50. It's cool because this not only has a 3.5 millimeter output, so you can plug this directly into your camera, but it also has a 3.5 millimeter input, so you can input another wireless audio signal potentially if you wanted like 2 sources of audio. It's a really crazy system for only about $50, so I'll link it down in the description below so you can check this out, along with all of the gear we're going to talk about in this video. If you want a little bit better shotgun style microphone, the Rode VideoMic Go 2 has been an outstanding option for years at this point. It's something we always recommend to people if they have just a little bit more to spend. They can be found for around $130 or so, as low as $99 when they're on sale. And this mic not only has a 3.5 millimeter output, so you can plug it into a camera, but it also has a USB-C output. So if you want to pair this with a laptop or a smartphone, you could do that as well, or an iPad if you record on your iPad. It's such a versatile microphone and sounds outstanding. And then a more pro-level shotgun style microphone might have an XLR output, so something like this Audio-Technica AT875R. Man, the names of these products sometimes get a little bit ridiculous, but this is a really good and affordable sounding XLR style shotgun microphone. You just plug this into an XLR interface or some sort of camera interface that has XLR inputs, and you can record audio that way. I personally think shotgun style microphones are actually the most versatile style of microphone that you can use for multiple use cases, because the other 2 mics that we're going to talk about are a little bit more specific to their certain use cases. So the next style of microphone we'll talk about are wireless microphones, and these are a really common and typical thing that you'll see content creators and YouTubers use. Wireless systems are great because you can typically just clip them directly to your shirt or even hold them in your hand if you would prefer, and then just go wherever you want with that microphone so long it's connected wirelessly to your camera or your smartphone. The drawback to going with wireless mic, put them in your hand. Wireless systems are great because you can typically just clip them directly to your shirt or even hold them in your hand if you would prefer, and then just go wherever you want with that microphone so long it's connected wirelessly to your camera or your smartphone. The drawback to going with wireless mic systems are that oftentimes the internal microphone in these wireless systems aren't as good sounding as a shotgun or a podcast style microphone. So if you want the best audio quality, you're not usually going to get that out of a wireless microphone. But nowadays, honestly, there's some pretty good options. My favorite budget recommendation right now is the Hollyland Lark A1. This is about a $40 wireless mic system that you can use. It comes with 2 wireless mics, so you can clip those onto yourself and somebody else if you're doing like a 2-person man on the street style interview or a podcast. You can use these for. And the audio quality for $40 does sound really good. There's even some noise cancellation and an app that you can pair with it as well. So overall, this is my favorite system under $50 for creators. The Lark A1 is specifically designed for smartphones as well, so it either comes with a USB-C or a Lightning receiver, and you compare those with iPhones or Androids, Google phones, whatever the case, and it's going to sound really good. Now, if you're able to increase your budget just a little bit towards like $100 or so, this will open up quite a few options from different companies like DJI, Hollyland, Rode, etc. Now, still one of my favorites though is from Hollyland. It's their Lark M2, and this system can be found right around $100. And you maybe have seen this microphone before. It's the tiny like little circle button style mic that honestly has gone viral over the last couple of years. People love this microphone, and frankly it's because it sounds so good but it's so small, and it continues to be one of our favorite systems to recommend here at Think Media. And this mic system also can be used with cameras. While the Lark A1 was designed for smartphones, the Lark M2 has the ability to work with cameras because it comes with a 3.5mm receiver. And then if you want another pro level system, again, there's a lot of options, and we'll just stay with Hollyland for the sake of this video. There is the Lark Max 2 that recently got released, and it has all the features that we mentioned with the other two microphones, plus other things, like you can internally record audio to the transmitter, so if you want backup audio files and not just rely on the wireless transmission, but use it more as like a field recorder. Clip it to somebody's shirt and hit record. You can do that with a system like the Lark Max 2. You can also pair up to 4 microphones with one receiver if you need to mic multiple talent and not just one person or 2 people. This is a great way to do that. And the Lark Max 2 also has the ability to input different 3.5mm microphones into the mic. So you don't just have to rely on that built-in microphone. You can plug in different styles of microphones, like a lapel microphone, and then clip that to your talent's shirt for a little bit more of a professional look.
Welcome in. Tangled with my hair. I should be doing this right now.
Now, I know we only touched on a few microphones, but if you want to see our favorite list of the best 10 wireless microphones for creators this year, I'll drop a link to that video I produced down in the description below. It's an outstanding video to help you decide which wireless mic is actually best for you. And the last kind of mic that creators would be interested in would be podcast style microphones. So these are going to be more positioned to a desk setup or on a table somewhere, a tabletop mic stand, something like that. And these are a lot richer and fuller sounding mic systems that produce a beautiful and warm sound quality. My favorite budget podcast microphone is the Fifine AM8. This is about a $50 microphone, and it even comes with a tabletop stand or a boom arm for just a few dollars more. And this mic has both USB-C outputs and XLR outputs. So that USB-C is great. For about $50, you can just plug it directly into your computer and start podcasting with one little audio cable and that microphone that comes with a stand already, and you're ready to start a podcast. And if you wanted to step up in audio quality just a little bit, for around $100 to $150, you can purchase a lot of Shure microphones. And Shure is probably my favorite company that's making the best podcast style microphones. A mid-tier option would be something like the Shure MV7 series, maybe the MV7X, which is their XLR style MV7, and you can plug that into an audio interface, which we'll talk about in just a minute, and that is a great mid-tier option. And then if you want like a pro-level podcast microphone that all the pro podcasters are using, you can purchase something like this. This is the Shure SM7DB, and there's an older Shure SM7B, and really the only difference is they built some preamps into this newer version that just makes this microphone a little bit more sensitive to sound, and the original one was a little bit less sensitive, so sometimes you gotta use like a little gain booster to boost that audio signal. But either way, both of those microphones are world class, and you really can't get a better podcast microphone than the Shure SM7B series. And if you want to watch a video of all of my favorite podcast mics under $200, I'll leave a link down in the description to that video. Now, the final thing I did want to mention was audio interfaces, because sometimes if you want to do a podcast or live streaming or a lot of just YouTube style videos require using audio interfaces to capture and process audio or even listen to your guests, especially if you're on like live streams with multiple people or doing remote podcasting. Audio interfaces can be vitally helpful. My favorite budget audio interface is the Vocaster 2 audio interface, which is only $99 for this outstanding audio interface. In my opinion, if you're on a budget, this is the best audio interface to purchase if you're wanting to start a podcast or doing any sort of live streaming with multiple XLR microphones. The system is so user-friendly. All of the buttons and dials are labeled very clearly. There's not a lot of hidden menus that you have to work with. Everything is just really easy to use. You can plug in 2 different sets of headphones to the Vocaster, so yourself and a guest can monitor your audio real time if you're doing a podcast. And there's even some subtle processing you can do to your audio file real time. A more mid-tier podcasting interface would be something like the Rodecaster Duo. This is a really great audio interface with more processing and mixing controls, and overall the company Rode just is outstanding with audio equipment in general, but I really think their Rodecaster lineup is one of the best products they've ever created. And then if you wanted to go to a more pro-level podcasting interface, something like the Rodecaster Pro 2 is what I use here in my studio, and you can input up to 4 XLR inputs, and you have lots of like pads and dials and switches that you can all customize to your liking. There's so much customization you can do with these Rodecasters, and you can pair wireless microphones to them. So if you're somebody who wants to like incorporate wireless audio into your live productions or your podcast, you can pair that all seamlessly together, and that's just something that Rode does so well. Now the next letter in our acronym is V for video. So this of course involves cameras but also lenses. And I kind of broke this category down into different subcategories like vlogging cameras, everyday studio cameras, and even some honorable mentions. And then we'll talk about lenses at the end. So if you want to start vlogging this year, I think there are a few key cameras that you should know about that will fit your needs best as a vlogger. The first being though is probably the camera you already have, which is your smartphone. Smartphones continue to be one of the best options for vlogging because it's readily available, it's already something you have on your person at all times, and most likely your smartphone has more than one camera. On these iPhone Pro models and these newer ones, they have like 3 cameras. They have a main camera, which is outstanding, an ultra wide, which I love for vlogging, and even a telephoto if you want different creative tight shots out of your vlogs. And then of course there's also the front-facing selfie camera, so you instantly have a monitor able to see yourself while you're out recording. Such a cool thing. I think smartphones are the clear #1 choice for beginners if you're wanting to vlog. Now if you don't want to use your smartphone, I think the first option I would look at would be the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. This will set you back now, I think about $800 or $900 in the US because of tariffs currently. This used to be closer to $520. But now it's going to be a little bit more expensive for you to get the Pocket 3. I do think though it is still worth it. This camera is amazing. It's got the nice flip screen to be able to go instantly from vertical shooting to horizontal shooting. There's a ton of different resolutions and frame rates you can shoot in, as well as an abundance of accessories so you can rig this thing out to be the exact kind of vlogging camera that you want it to be. Now, there is a really strange camera that actually just got released that you should be aware of. It's called the Extra Muse, and Nate, our other content creator on the Think Media channel, just did a review about this camera. And in almost every way, it's exactly the same as the DJI Pocket 3. And I'm not talking like sort of the same. I mean, it's the literal same camera. It's crazy. If you're interested in the Extra Muse, I'll link the video down in the description below that Nate did. And this camera is cheaper. So if you want to save yourself a couple $100 and you don't care about the couple features it is missing that the Pocket 3 has, it's a great way to save some money. So we'll link it down in the description below as well as the video so you can check it out. And then if you want a more traditional style vlog camera, I think the #1 choice for us this year would be the Canon PowerShot V1. Now this is going to be almost $1,000 for a vlogging camera, but if you want the most pro level results with cinematic looking footage, the ability to shoot in log profiles to retain the most information out of your scenes for vlogging, that's a great feature that this Canon camera has. And of course there are different companies who make a competitor to the PowerShot V1. Something like the Sony ZV-1 Mark II is a great vlogging camera as well. And the entire Sony ZV series of vlogging cameras are pretty outstanding, honestly. But if I could only choose one, based on our experience here at Think Media, I think the PowerShot V1 would be the top vlogging camera for creators this year, with some of those other cameras being pretty viable options. Now moving away from vlogging into everyday studio type of work, like filming videos like I'm filming right now, what are the best cameras in those regards? And I think the first option that we recommend as a beginner camera would be the Canon R50V. Now this is also a brand new camera that's been released in the last 6 months or so by Canon. Price point though for this is wild. It's $669 brand new at the time of recording this video. Now it is a mirrorless camera, so you will have to pick up some lenses for your camera as well, which will increase the overall cost of your everyday camera setup. But as we look at all the different options that beginners could choose, I do think that for the price to performance ratio, this really does, for the money, get you the best performance out of a beginner style mirrorless camera. Another recommendation could be the Sony ZV-E10 or E10 II cameras. We've used these cameras for years and recommended them at Think Media. I literally have both of them sitting back there on the shelf, and I use them all the time still for creating content. I do think the original Sony ZV-E10 does have a lot of value because you can find those in used condition closer to about $500. So all in, if you want to still get pretty great image quality and have access to a lot of affordable lenses that Canon does not have access to. For whatever reason, Canon will not allow third-party manufacturers to create lenses for most of their camera bodies. Versus Sony, you can have a wide array of third-party lenses accessible to your camera. So that's going to save you a lot of money in the long run. So I think the Sony ZV-E10 is still a great option. The ZV-E10 II does have some more advanced features like 10-bit color, it's a newer sensor, and it's just going to overall be a better image than the original ZV-E10. But honestly, either way, they're great cameras. And then if you just want to throw down a ton of money, you could grab something like the Sony FX3. That's actually what I'm filming on right now. And I always get comments on these videos, Greg, what camera are you using, what lens? Well, I'm using the Sony FX3 for this video. I continue to think this is like one of the best cameras on the market for creators if you have the money to spend, especially if you're like an entrepreneur, business owner, or you're already generating revenue from YouTube, or you have different side hustles or freelance gigs. Or if you want to purchase the camera as a tax write-off, this would save you a lot in taxes because this thing is over $4,000. A couple honorable mention cameras I will mention would be first the Nikon Z52. This is their latest APS-C camera. And dude, this thing is fantastic. I think this was overlooked because a lot of cameras were coming out around the same time. And for about $900, I think it's one of the most capable APS-C cameras on the market. And it's a hybrid camera, so it's not really just for video creators, but also for photographers. We did a dedicated review on this where my wife and I tag team a shoot, where we both had a Z52. She handled all the photo stuff, I did all the video, and I thought that review was amazing. The results were amazing, so if you want to check that out, you can check out the Z50 review down in the description below. I also think the original Canon R50 and the R10 are great mirrorless camera options, and they can be found for more affordable prices than a lot of the cameras listed on our list, and still create really great image results. And every time I come back to these cameras, I always think to myself, man, like I kind of wish I was a Canon shooter so I could use some of these older Canon cameras. And we have some in our inventory and we'll use them from time to time for reviews and comparisons and testings. But overall, I'm mostly a Sony shooter, so I don't touch these Canon cameras too often. Now, we do really quick want to recommend a few lenses that I think are interesting for beginner creators, because if you buy yourself a camera, you do need a quality lens to pair with it. And I'm going to focus mostly on Sony lenses because that's most of what I have. But almost all of these lenses are either available in different camera mounts as well, so you could grab like a Viltrox lens for the Nikon system as well, or a different company makes an equivalent lens in their lineup for usually a similar price. The first lens is a budget prime lens, and a prime lens just means there's no zoom range, so it's just a fixed focal length. And that lens is the Viltrox 20mm f2.8 lens. This is actually a full frame lens for about $160, which is crazy for what you're getting. I think the image quality on this lens is outstanding. Over the last couple of years, this has been my #1 recommendation for beginners because it's a nice wide focal length on a full frame system. And if you put it on an APS-C crop sensor camera, it's still going to give you a pretty nice medium shot for talking head style videos. And I just keep coming back to this lens as my favorite lens for beginners. Now, if you want your lens to have the ability to zoom in and out and go from really wide shots to tighter shots, then you want to get a zoom lens. And typically, I do recommend beginners just start with whatever kit lens their camera comes with. So if you bought like the Sony ZV-E10, you could grab this 16 to 50mm kit lens that would come with that camera, and it's going to give you pretty good results. Another pretty good kit lens is the Sony 28 to 70 kit lens, and I usually call this the most hated lens in America, because everybody tells you don't buy the Sony full frame kit lens. But every time I use it, I think it's actually a pretty cool lens. It also looks really cool. Like there's something about just having like kind of a saucy aesthetic to your lens that I kind of prefer. So if you're like me and you like your lens to be kind of saucy, check out the 28-70. Now if you want to bump up in quality a little bit and get a little sharper images as well as have a wider open aperture to work with, a lens that we constantly recommend is the Sigma 16mm. Now this is designated for APS-C cameras, so you full frame shooters, you won't necessarily want to pick up this lens, but a lot of beginners want to shoot on APS-C crop sensors. So the Sigma 16 is amazing. I actually have over here on this talking head setup that I use all the time. I'll show some B-roll of it. I have the Sony FX30 running the Sigma 16 almost 100% of the time. So if you like the way that image looks, you can kind of get a sense for how it would perform in a talking head environment. If you want to step up your kit lens to a better zoom lens, the Tamron 28-75 is a great zoom lens for beginners. It's only about $800 or $900 brand new, and this works for full frame cameras as well as APS-C cameras. So you can use it for either one. Just note that when you do use it on APS-C, you will have a crop factor. So it's going to be a lot tighter than 28mm to 75. It'll be more like a 40-ish millimeter to maybe 100 millimeters equivalent. And if you want some more pro level lenses, I love the Sony 20mm f1.8 lens. It might be my favorite lens of all time. I'm using it right now to record this video. And I just think they just did something to this lens. I don't know what they did, but this thing is so sharp. It looks so good. Even though it doesn't stop down to like f1.4, which would get me more light, I don't really ever need it. I love the 1.8 aperture. I think it's an outstanding lens. Or if you want a zoom lens, most camera brands make their version of a 24-105 or a 24-70. I think those are the most common zoom ranges that you'll use for YouTube style videos. And I have both those in my studio right now. And usually these become my main workhorse lenses when I'm filming my YouTube B-roll. Now, I know that was a lot of cameras and lenses to sift through, and you might still be wondering like, okay, which one of these is best for me? Thankfully, we have like dedicated reviews on all of these cameras and almost all of these lenses as well. So if you want to just sift through our library and find a specific video that you're looking for and a specific camera you're interested in, we probably have a good resource for you so you can check those videos out. Now let's shift gears to talking about the next part of our acronym, the L for lighting. Lighting is so important so that no matter what camera you're using, it can live up to its fullest potential by having a lot of great high quality light to work with. We've tested a ton of lights at ThinkMedia over the years, and there are a few options I do want to share today. First would be our budget category of lights. The first is this nice VD 2-pack LED panel kit that we found maybe about 18 months ago. Since that time, we featured it in several different setups, and hundreds of you have purchased this kit and been really satisfied with the performance of this budget LED panel kit. It comes with 2 main panel lights and all of the stands that you need to get up and running. And these lights are also bi-color temperature, so you can set them to a little bit cooler temperature or warmer temperature depending on what your environment is. You might want to change that color temp. These are powered via USB, so they really don't draw that much power. You can even plug them into your computer if you want to use them as like desk lights, or you can just grab a little power adapter and plug them into a wall that way, and that'll work just fine. I think this is a great starter option for anyone, especially because they're only about $50 to get the entire kit. There are a couple budget lights from SmallRig that I want to mention. The first being the P96L. This is a great tiny little budget RGB accent light. In the event that you want to add a little splash of color to your background, like I have right now, a little blue light on the background, you can grab something like this to just position in the background of your frame to add a little touch of color. There's also the RF10C, which is a really interesting budget, like flashlight style spotlight for creative lighting and textures to your scene. So if you want to add some interest into your background or to your wall, you could look at purchasing something like this only for like $30 or $40, and it's a great starter way to add some texture without needing to completely redo your background or paint your wall. Now, if you have a little bit more to spend, we recommend you step up to something in Amaranth's product lineup. There's a lot of options, but something that I've actually enjoyed recently, and I'm using both of their lights right now in this video, is the Amaranth Pano 60C. This is similar to that panel style light that we just showed you, but a lot higher quality, a lot brighter, and more customization. My favorite variant of this light is the kit for $329 because it comes with 2 lights that you can see I'm using right now. I'm using one as a key light and one as my background light, and I've switched it into RGB mode, so it's giving me that blue color in the background. And this kit comes with everything you need. You got your light stands, you got diffusion. It It also has this really unique quick lock mechanism, so you can just detach the light from the light stand really quickly. I haven't really seen this from any other company, and overall, it's one of my favorite kits for beginners. And if you want something a little bit nicer, Amaran makes a couple of other products. The first would be the Amaran 60D. This is what we call a COD style light, or a chip on board. It just uses a really bright LED chip, and then different styles of modification, like light domes or reflectors, to modify the light and the softness of the light to whatever your specific use case is. I honestly use this light for almost every talking head video, and I usually pair it with their Light Dome Mini softbox, and that creates a nice soft looking light. And I position the light about 2 feet away from me to get that soft look, and the results look outstanding. Now, Amaran also recently released the Amaran Verge Max. In a lot of ways, it's the same benefits as the Amaran 60D plus a softbox. You get all of that really soft lighting, but in a super small footprint. I mean, just look at how thin the Verge Max is. This is great because softboxes take up a lot of depth, and if you have a tiny room and you want to maximize space, grabbing something like the Verge Max could be a great option for you. This light is also designed for streamers, so they've actually put all of the controls on the front of the light, which makes it very easy for making adjustments in real time. And if you want the smaller version of this light, they actually just have the Amaran Verge, which is a similar streaming style light, kind of like we talked about in this video. There are a ton of different styles of lights, like accent and creative lighting. As you can see over here, I have these vertical tube lights that I got off of Amazon. You could purchase something like that if you want a creative light in your scene. And lighting is honestly kind of like an art. There are some core principles that you can learn, like how to position your key light or how to add fill to a scene. But ultimately, lighting just kind of is your own creative thing that you can figure out, and you're going to grow in over time as you get more comfortable with it. Now this brings us to the left. Last piece of the acronym, which is S for stabilization, and here's where you're going to want to think through how are you going to support and rig up and stabilize all of your items that you purchased for the filming of your videos. So you need a tripod to put your camera on. You potentially need some light stands to rig up your lighting, maybe even some support pieces to rig up your microphones. All of this kind of stuff goes under this stabilization category, and some of it maybe is just broader accessories that you need to record your videos. Let's first talk about tripods. The easiest tripod you can look at is something like a basic Amazon phone tripod. These things are like $15 or so. They're not going to set you back much at all. And really, all you need is for it to have 3 legs and be able to hold up your smartphone and angle it towards you. This is by far the easiest way to get a stable shot using your smartphone. Now, if you have a dedicated camera, you'll need something with a little bit larger base plate, is what it's called, or a tripod plate, so that you can rig that camera on top of the tripod. One of my favorite options that I've been using for years is about a $99 and sometimes even cheaper tripod from Magnus. It's their VT series tripod, and the number changes depending on what model you get. But price-wise, they're usually around $100, and that's actually what I'm recording my video on right now. I use this thing all the time. I've used it for probably about 5 years now, and I've never really had any issues. And then there's way more pro-level tripods, like there's one from Ulanzi, which is their Video Fast heavy-duty tripod kit. This is going to be like almost $350, $400 for a tripod. I have one here in studio that honestly I do like. These more heavy-duty tripods are great for rigging up larger cameras. But if you don't have a really heavy or robust camera rig where you're adding like V-mount batteries to and whatnot, you really don't need something that supports that much weight, and I would just save some money and go for a more budget-friendly tripod. Another way to rig up your camera is using what are called desk stands. And these are kind of like little tripods for your desk, and they use clamping systems to mount directly to the side of your desk. You just kind of twist those into place, and now you have a tripod attached to your desk, which is great for saving floor space. If you don't like kicking over tripods as you're trying to get out of your room, I actually have several different lights and cameras and monitors rigged up to my desk to save floor space, and I love these things. Neewer is a company that makes a lot of accessories like this. They make tripods and camera rigging parts, as well as desk stands like this and lighting, and we use them all the time for different little intricate things that you need around your studio. And these desk stands that I've had for about 2 years now. They've never failed me, and they only cost about, I think, $40 for a pack of 2 of them. So you can just get however many you need, depending on what your use case is. And sometimes you might need to purchase a specific accessory like a ball head to put on top of that light stand to mount your camera to. It just sort of depends on what camera you have. Another type of stand I use all the time, and especially did when I was working in full-time video production, are what are called C stands. It stands for Century Stand, and these are really heavy-duty, multi-purpose stands that you can do a lot of things with. Typically what you'd see these used for on film sets would be rigging up different lighting modification, like a flag to cut out light from hitting onto your set, or rigging up heavy film lights that just weigh a lot. But I actually still use them for my YouTube workflow. I often use them for my top-down filming sets, and I'll rig up a C-stand overhead with a camera pointing down at my desk to do all my top-down filming. And then I also use it for holding lights and lighting modification from time to time as well. So having a C-stand or two in your kit could be a really good long-term investment. Newer actually makes some C-stands, and they have some for as affordable as about $130 for a C-stand. And I know that's a little bit more expensive than typical light stands, but these things are so heavy duty. If you do want just some basic light stands, even something as simple as Amazon Basics 2-pack of light stands for like $30 is a great starting point. And you don't just have to use light stands to hold lights. I use them all of the time for other things. You can even mount cameras to them. You can mount microphones to light stands to hide them in creative ways so they don't show up in your camera frame. So lots of ways you can use basic light stands like this. And if you want a more pro level light stand that's not all the way up to a C-stand level, you can check out this 3-pack from Manfrotto. These are $300, but you get 3 really heavy duty light stands. I'm actually using one right now to hold my key light, and it's super heavy duty. I don't have to worry about my light ever falling over. And even if you like kick the stand, this thing's not going anywhere. Now I want to show you 3 different setups at different price points so that if you're a total beginner and you only have about $100 to spend on your kit, you can still get great results all the way up to a more pro level setup. Let's start the project. So this is our first video plan. All the accessories in this kit, and the things cost $100 kits that are for that. So we'll start with the audio. I'm using the audio system. $30 for an iTunes microphone, and I think the sound quality is solid. It's totally fine to use this for Yes. Today we have the iPhone Air in studio, so I'm just using the iPhone Air, but I have several other film options as well, so you can just use everything. For lighting, I'm using that 2-pack LED lighting kit from Nice Beauty. This is only about $49 lighting kit.
I ended up coming back home to the crib and I started my stream. I've been streaming for like 2 hours now. It's going on. It's actually just past 5 a.m. I wanted to let y'all know that I changed my setup. I took this from the ground, put it up here, and I moved everything this way, moved my camera over here, and it's just better. I moved my ring light behind the desk. It's better, y'all. Let me know in the comment section if y'all like the setup. Let me know, alright? W setup in the comments. But yeah, this is my setup. I ended the TikTok live. I am still live on multiple platforms. On like Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Yeah, I just want to go get you with that. Like, I like my setup so much. I love my setup. I work so hard. But it's set up, you guys. And I think my lighting and everything's just gonna be so much better. It's set up. The light right here is just live streaming light. It's about to be crazy. I'm also gonna be filming from here, just wanting more space to be filming from here. You know, put different tripods here. You know, I love it.
I like the way that this boom mic style just tends to have a richer sound quality, so I went with that for this setup. Now for video, the camera we chose was the Sony ZV-E10, the original one. I still think this is a great value and can also be found in used condition for closer to $500, and that can save you quite a bit of cash. The lens we chose to pair with the Sony ZV-E10 was the Viltrox 20mm f2.8 lens. So that's going to let in a little bit more light than the standard kit lenses will, and this lens is very affordable at only about $170, and it also goes on set typically. Now because this is an APS-C camera, you can see we have a tighter field of view than we've had for the rest of our video, because that 20mm now is going to act like a 30mm field of view because of the smaller sensor inside of the Sony ZV-E10. For lighting, we went with the Amaran Pano 60C kit, and right now for the key light, I actually see And one scene, that's creating a key lens. So that's a creative way you can make even softer light out of this camera. You can bounce it off of hard surfaces that are lighter, and then screens and get bounce lighting, and that's what I'm doing for this document video. And then the other one I have set to the RGB blue mode and just kind of pointing towards the background. And then for our tripod, we just went with a Magnus tripod, which is about $100 tripod, and it works great for the setup. Now, I think the iPhone did look and sound really good, so you can certainly go for that and save yourself a lot of money, but I do think that this setup really does bring up the overall image quality. You can use V10 for things like live gaming, use it as a webcam potentially. So I personally think it is worth the increase in image quality and overall performance. And here's the third and final pro level setup, the results that look like this hockey headshot right here. It's gonna set you back over $5,000 for all the equipment that gets this shot. For audio, I'm using the Audio FX 2, which is the most premium wireless processor that they make. I think it sounds fantastic, and I use it for most of this release today. I'm using the wireless setup. For video, we're using the Sony FX3, which is an over $4,000 cinema camera, as well as the Sony 20mm f1.8 lens. Now, this lens is on the higher end, but it's honestly not that expensive when you look at what some other premium lenses cost. And I think the results of the FX3 compared with the 20mm is amazing. If you've ever watched a video from me on this channel before, this is typically my go-to setup for getting a really crispy looking type of shot. For lighting, I'm using the AMLN 60D overhead with the it's actually just out of range. I can actually reach out and touch the light right there. So it's really close to me, which is creating a larger soft light source. So I can actually reduce the output for that. I don't have to make it so bright. That's at about 15% intensity right there, and we're still getting a really cool soft light. I love this setup right here, and I have it on that way for this thing. And for our stabilization, we're using that Luanzi Video Fast heavy duty tripod just because with the firmware on it and everything, it's just a little bit more heavy duty. So let me know what you think about these three different setups. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised that when you look at a $100 setup can do with a smartphone all the way up to $5,000. Of course, there's some differences, but nowadays, we're kind of without an excuse in terms of getting good audio and video. There's a lot of affordable gear out there, especially with this video kind of just scratches the surface. So if you want to check out another video from us right here, I have an even more affordable
you like this, but you don't know how, you don't know what gear to use, how to film, how to actually make it look good, then keep watching this video, because I just finished a 30-day walking challenge over on my Instagram, and it has completely changed the way that I make food. And in today's video, it's basically a massive life. I'm going to do how to gear that I use, how I film, and also the mindset that you're thinking that you do want to be successful at watching. So grab a notebook, this button. So first, let's talk about gear. I'm going to share some beginner things, and then I'm going to share the exact things that I use. Now, those who have saying that an iPhone is really for VM. Even for me, I have some vlogs to this day that are still 100% filmed on the iPhone because it's just the easiest thing to grab and it's super convenient. Now, what I do is I always use the back camera, so I'm always using the selfie style as this, and I'm doing it at 0.5 screen because I personally like the wide angle. As for the settings, I'll always have it on 4K 30 frames per second. Sometimes I'll even up it to 60 frames per second, but just remember it will take up more storage if you're filming. Now, if you are going to use your iPhone quality, I recommend two accessories. First one is the money. You're able to stick it on your iPhone and then stick it on the phone. So I can feel it like that. And then the second accessory is the mop. It's face friendly, so you just stick it onto your iPhone and then the second beginner friendly option is the mop. Personally, I only vlog the result of using this camera. I actually don't really use the vertical as much because I would prefer to use my iPhone since I can see myself a little bit better with the big screen. And I feel like I have more control over the angles. However, this is still an excellent camera, especially all the different accessories that you can easily add to it to make vlogging a little bit easier or more creative. And the fact that it does have face detection and working with follow you around. This is perfect, especially for a solo vlog. And you don't necessarily need a husband, girlfriend, friend that's gonna help you film. Now, if you are interested to offer photography, I do have a few videos. Make sure you check the links in my description box below. So I'm filming on my iPhone just so I can show you the exact gear that I use when I did my video. When I did my challenge, I was actually on my phone in the camera. And so this was my camera bag. And you'll notice that it was with me all the time because it also doubled up as a personal bag as well. This is from Ace Studios and I love that it's very aesthetic. Also, the fact that it's not so big, I've always been fishing for my hair. It's quite shallow, everything is within reach, and it also fits a lot of my personal items. First off, this is the camera that I use. This is the Sony ZV-1. I actually did a full video comparing all the cameras that I've ever had and why I ultimately decided to upgrade to the Sony ZV-1. The main reason is that this camera has dynamic active state resolution, which my Sony ZV-10 didn't have. So now I'm actually going to use this footage from my automatic camera. And it's actually like it a little bit better than my automatic camera. It's got a bigger screen, the footage looks a lot better, and therefore I look better and I feel more confident on camera. The automatic footage is not bad, but it definitely does not compare to the Sony. I also love that there's an interchangeable I'm using is the Sony 11mm wide angle lens, which I personally feel is the perfect focal length for vlogging. And when I'm vlogging, or even filming YouTube videos on this camera, I'm filming on intelligent auto, so I can always trust that the quality is going to be really good and the colors are pretty good. Now, by far the best accessory that I have though is this full strap. This is nothing fancy, but especially when you're out and about, it's really easy to just put it with the like this. And I've always had the flip screen up, and then I would walk as if it was a knife. And it's actually not as heavy as. Now, most of the time, I did also have the M1 and just with me, and it was generally always just on my camera. Now, what you'll notice is at the bottom of the camera, I actually found an attachment here, and it's actually for my TT38. With this tripod, I can put it on, then I can technically grab any of this, but I didn't think it was really necessary. I can just hold the camera. However, here that I can use for feels like have face protection where it's going to follow you around. This is perfect, especially if you're a solo blogger and you don't necessarily have a boyfriend, a husband, a girlfriend, a friend that's going to help you. Now, if you are interested in how I use the Awful Pack 3, I do have a few videos about it, so make sure you check the links in my description box below.
Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax students. ERS, they do your taxes, so you can look at it with confidence. This is taxes.
Yes, James, I love my job because I get to help people find the right time every day. And if you're someone who loves being the first to try new things, especially in languages, you gotta help someone. Samsung has a big feature on their premium TVs called Vision and Health. And honestly, it's one of the biggest leaps forward in how we can afford TV. It's super simple. Press the button remote, ask your question, where's the closest specified to TV? And it brings up a premium TV dashboard with having that. You can actually understand what you're details and explain things and you explore 20 random topics just like the AI tools you're already using. Now you might be thinking, why does this need to it's so simple. I get it. That's when you're kind of fun. You get up to search and suddenly you're doing something for 15 minutes and completely missing shit. The vision you have. So I'm filming on my iPhone just so I can show you the exact gear that I did my video on challenge. When I did my challenge, I was actually on my honeymoon in camera. And so this was my camera bag, and you'll notice that it was with me all the time because it actually doubled up as a personal bag as well. This is from Ace Studios. I love that it's the biggest, and also the fact that it's not so big where I'm always going to be fishing on my canvas. It's quite shallow. Everything is with the beach, and it also fits a lot of my personal items. First off, this is the camera that I to be Sony ZV-1. I actually did a whole video comparing all the cameras that I've ever had and why I ultimately decided to upgrade to the Sony ZV-1. The main reason is that this camera has dynamic active stabilization, which my Sony ZV-10 minutes. Now I'm actually getting completely stable footage filming on a full frame camera. And in fact, I actually like it a little bit better than my other for a few reasons. We've got the bigger screen, I think the footage looks a lot better, and therefore I look better, and I feel more confident on camera. The Osmo Pocket 3's footage is not bad, but it definitely does not compare to these ones. I also love that there's an interchangeable lens, so the lens that I'm using is the Sony 11mm f1.8 wide-angle lens with 5 pixels, the best focal length for and when I'm vlogging or even filming video on this camera, I'm filming on intelligent auto, so I can always trust that the quality is really good and the colors. Now, by far the best accessory that I have though is this simple folding strap. This is nothing fancy, but especially when you're out and about, it's really easy to just put it on your belly like this and be able to just quickly access the camera. So most of the time, my camera was actually either cross-belly or on my shoulder as I was traveling. And then when it comes to actually filming on this camera, I'd always have the filter up and then I would walk like this vertically under the camera. It's actually not as heavy as
Sure. What's up, y'all? I literally have been watching some YouTube videos, just some vloggers that are really popular or successful in the platform, watching about their setups, learning their like setups, their editing, their vibe. You know, I really want to make it as a YouTuber. I really do. And I do this a lot. I'm always up doing watching informative videos if I have nothing else to do. I'm doing this for years. But lately I've been just really actively applying everything that I'm learning. And it's been working. I feel like it's been working. I love that I got my setup like this too. I wanted to mention because I'm gonna be filming from this angle and it just looks better with the setup. I can change the lights. Watch this, I can change the lights to this. It's pretty cool. Got it on auto now. I really, really love my setup. I love my office. This is a really good office shot. So I'm gonna be shooting like this more. I'm working on finding different angles. I've been watching a lot of different bloggers, seeing how they're just utilizing different angles just to capture a different vibe. So I hope y'all enjoy the last few vlogs. I've been trying to really be more intentional with every shot. Probably gonna go to bed soon. It is about to be 5:30. I might stream for another hour on TikTok just because I'm not really super tired, but I do need to get some rest so I can wake up around like 10:30. That's pretty much it. I'm probably going to see y'all in the morning. I think when I wake up, I'm going to do a beach day. So I hope the weather's good. I'm going to check the weather before bed. And if the weather is good and hot tomorrow, I'm going to go to the beach. And I'm going to bring my bike and bring my drone, get some cool beach shots. So stay tuned for that tomorrow. All right. Good night.
So the times I did also have my ECM with me, and it was generally always just on my camera. Now what you'll notice is at the bottom of the camera, I actually have an attached shoulder as I was traveling. And then when it comes to actually filming on this camera, I'd always have the flip screen up, and then I would vlog like this vertically as if it was an iPhone, and it's actually not as heavy as you think. Now, most of the times I did also have my ECM B1M mic with me, and it was generally always just on my camera. Now, what you'll notice is at the bottom of the camera, I actually have an attachment here, and it's actually for my Ulanzi TT38 tripod. With this tripod, I can just snap it on, and then I can technically vlog like this, but I didn't think it was really necessary because I could have just held my camera. However, if I wanted to be hands-free, I just click this button, and then it instantly turns into a stand, and this is why having this tripod around was really helpful. I always carry this tripod in my bag when I don't necessarily want a selfie shot all the time, or I want a shot where it's both me and Leon in it. Now that I've shown you the main camera that I use, I'm going to switch back to this camera and show you the rest of the gear that I have. Now I've switched back to my Sony ZV-E1 with the 11mm lens still on, just so you guys can see how wide angled it really is. You're able to see way more of the background, which I think is perfect for vlogging. However, since this is a talking head video, I'm going to switch back to my Sony 16-35mm G Master lens. And now we're back. So let's move on to some of the other gear that I have in this bag. But just really quick, you can see it's really easy to put away the tripod and just put it back in the bag like this. And so I love this bag so much. But anyways, the other gear that I use is I also have this spare battery pack. It's got 2 batteries for my Sony ZV-E1. I didn't find that I ever actually had to use it because I was filming short form clips. And so each clip was actually really short. It didn't take up too much storage or battery life. However, if you're doing long form vlogging, let's say, you're definitely going to need extra batteries. Now, when it comes to vlogging, you're going to want to invest in a good SD card. This is the one that I recommend, and from personal experience, it's far better to invest in an SD card that has higher storage, because down the line, you're probably going to end up having to buy more SD cards if you cheap out and get a low storage one. Next, because I was editing on the go at coffee shops, I also had to get this dongle right here so that I could put my SD card, plug this into my MacBook, and start editing. And then, because most of my vlogs were voiceover vlogs, the microphone that I used was my DJI Mic Mini, and by the way, I still have not charged this case since I left to Europe like 3-4 weeks ago, and so it's still going strong. But I love this microphone, and if you are someone who can only invest in one mic, I highly recommend this one because it's so versatile. Not only can I put it on my Sony ZV-E1 or any other traditional camera, but I can also put it in my MacBook, and I can also use it as an iPhone mic as well. So if you're going to invest in any type of microphone, let it be this one.
What you doing, Zach? My T-Mobile home internet is so good. I wish I could tell the whole world.
Zach, go right ahead.
T-Mobile's got home internet!
What about my business?
Yep, they've got business internet too.
It's just $50 a month, guaranteed for 5 years.
I'm switching. Me too.
Whoa!
T-Mobile's got internet for small businesses, just $50 a month, guaranteed for 5 years.
We should start a business too. What about a hot dog stand?
The way of your perfect shot. Polish your photo with one easy click. And just like that, the spotlight's back on you. Remove distractions in seconds. Try it on Canva Pro today. So the first filming tip that I have is to pick an orientation and commit to it. Every time I've successfully completed a vlog, I always committed to whether I'm doing it horizontally for YouTube or vertical for Instagram, YouTube, or TikTok. And the reason why this is important is because especially if you're starting out, you don't want to be stressing about filming something twice and thinking about the orientation and then having all of that in your storage or switching cameras. Because now you're more focused on that rather than the content itself and building better habits. Now, if you're more advanced, then sure, maybe you can try to multi-purpose, but I've been doing content for 8 years and I still cannot figure out how to do both at the same time. All that being said though, it really depends on the season that you're in, on whether you want to commit to horizontal or commit to vertical. Now for me, this time around when I did my 30-day vlogging challenge, I chose to do it vertically for a few reasons. Number one, I was going on my honeymoon. I still wanted to stay present, and maybe because I'm a YouTuber, anytime something is horizontal, I feel pressure to have to yap on camera, and I just know that once I start yapping, I'm not going to be present on my trip, and I'm just going to be spending more time filming than actually living my life. Whereas when I'm doing it vertically for short form, I know that I can quickly take a clip for just a few seconds, and then later in editing, I can then do a voiceover over it. And that's actually my preferred way of vlogging because it is one of the easiest things to do. My second consideration was repurposing. I know that when I film in vertical, I'm now able to not only put it on my Instagram, but I can also put it on YouTube Shorts and TikTok. And that's exactly what I did to maximize my reach. I also felt like because I have another business, Super Boba, where 100% of our content is vertical, whether it's ads or organic, all the footage that I ever filmed on my trip, I can now repurpose for Super Boba. So for me, vertical just feels more worth it in this season of my business and life. The second filming tip I have is you're gonna wanna focus on having volume and variety. What I mean by this is on average, a lot of my short form videos were actually a minute to a minute and a half. And every time I edited, I noticed I was using about 30 to 50 clips each time. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that in a day I'm doing a bunch of different activities just to make the vlog more interesting, but it does mean that I'm getting a variety of angles of the things that I am doing. Now, the reason why this is important is because it's gonna make your vlog a lot more visually engaging and retain more people. Now, if you're someone who struggles with getting a good amount of footage in, let me show you a rule of thumb that I have. For every activity that I'm doing, I'm always focusing on getting a wide shot, a medium shot, and a close-up shot. So let's say I'm going to eat at a restaurant. A wide shot would be something like showing the environment and showing the restaurant that I'm going to. A medium shot may be me setting down the tripod and showing that I'm enjoying the food. And then a close-up shot would be something like this, where I'm actually filming the details of the food that I'm eating. Now, this is just one activity, but I have at least 3 shots for it. Now, let's say you're someone who plans on vlogging at home and you have the argument of, well, going to a restaurant is exciting. Of course, you're going to get a lot of clips. Well, let me give you another example. Let's say you want to show you waking up in the morning. Well, a wide shot could be you setting the tripod and actually showing that you're in bed so that people can see your room. A medium shot could be you actually holding the phone up and then showing a shot of you waking up in bed. And then a detail shot could be you zooming into your alarm clock to show people what time it is. Now, this is all just for one activity, but if you're at home, you're likely doing way more than at least 5 activities. You're waking up, you're getting ready, you're getting dressed, you're cleaning, you're cooking, you're prepping, you're working out, you're walking your dog, you're organizing things, you're eating dinner, you're cooking dinner. If you multiply all of these activities by at least 3 shots, the wide shot, the medium shot, and the close-up shot, you're definitely gonna have a lot of footage for your vlog. Now, the next tip I have is going to help you a lot when it comes to editing. Earlier, I talked about how when you're filming vlogs, you want to aim for quantity and volume and variety, especially for short form vlogs like this, where it's got to be a little bit more fast paced. Now, one thing to keep in mind is to just keep your clips short. You don't need a 30-second clip. You don't need to be filming something for a minute, because if you actually look at my editing timeline, with those 50 clips that I have, each clip is only shown on screen for max like 2 seconds. On average, it's only showing for half a second. And so that's why I have a lot of clips, but especially with short form, people want to be engaged, they want to be stimulated visually, and so that's why it's like that. So when you have that in mind, don't stress so much about filming for too long, because when you're editing, you're going to have to scrub through all that content, and you're only going to take 0.5 seconds of it anyways. This is how I was able to film on my honeymoon and still stay present, because in the back of my mind, I knew I just needed 2 seconds of something and then move on. Now, a feature that I always use, especially if I'm filming a longer routine and I know I'm really only going to use 2 seconds of that entire routine, is using the hyperlapse mode over on my iPhone. I used to film my entire get ready routine, even though I would only use like 2 seconds of it in my vlog. And ever since switching it to hyperlapse, it's actually helped me save storage and be a little bit more efficient. Now, of course, if the main thing about your vlog is your routine, then you're probably not going to want to use hyperlapse, but if it's only one moment in a bigger story, then I highly recommend using the hyperlapse feature. Next filming tip that I have is do film with audio on, even though you know most of your clips will be muted and overlaid with music and voiceover. The reason why is because one of the vlogs that actually performed better than my other vlogs had an audio hook right in the beginning. It was when our car got stuck in a ditch, and I'm so glad that I actually got the audio of the tires spinning because I was able to use that in the hook of my vlog to make it a little bit more interesting. Today, our car got stuck in a ditch.
How can a Capital One 360 performance savings account with one of the best savings rates in America help you grow your money? Set automatic savings rules to easily save for that next big adventure.
Next, especially if you're thinking of doing a 30-day vlogging challenge like I did, where I vlog every day, you're going to want to make sure that you vlog at least 2 days worth of content before you even start posting or editing. The reason why is because the last thing you want is to have to film, edit, and post all in the same day. You're going to be chasing your tail. You want to make sure you have buffer room, that you have space to batch your content, and one of the best things that I did during my vlogging challenge was making sure that I had 2 days worth of content filmed before I actually started editing and posting. This is also really helpful for privacy reasons. I was very hesitant on even doing a 30-day vlogging challenge while I was traveling because I didn't want people to know exactly where I was staying, which city I was at, but because I filmed 2 days in advance and I only posted when I was out of that area and also out of that city, it actually made me feel a lot safer to be vlogging and posting online. Now let's talk about my editing process. So my video editor of choice is Descript, and if you follow my channel, you'll know this, but during my 30-day vlogging challenge, I didn't always have reliable Wi-Fi, so I did have to use CapCut because CapCut does support offline editing. Now, for the purpose of this video, I'm going to show you how I use CapCut to make vlogs like this, but I have done the exact same vlogs using Descript, so comment the word Descript below if you would like a Descript tutorial in the future. So my process is once my SD card is inserted into my computer, I then select all of the clips that I want to edit, and then I import them into CapCut. If I have any footage on my iPhone, I'll also be airdropping it there. Now once all of your clips are imported, a little hack that I have for you is to make sure that you sort it by time created. This is especially helpful if you have footage on different devices, whether it's your iPhone, your Sony, your Osmo Pocket 3. It's going to allow your clips to show in chronological order. Now this doesn't necessarily mean your vlog is going to have your clips in chronological order, but my process is I always love toggling through my day just to see what happened because this is going to help me write my voiceover. Now throughout my 30-day vlogging challenge, I did develop a scripting format that worked really well for me, so let me walk you through a voiceover I did for one of my better performing vlogs. Now this vlog had 4 components. The first component was a hook. Now this doesn't need to be your typical clickbait marketing bro hook, but it's basically the theme of what happened. It could be an opening question. It could be the climax of your vlog so that people are really interested from the get-go and want to keep watching. Today, our car got stuck in a ditch. Now the second component to my script is really reminding people what day we're on in my challenge or in my series. And of course, it happened on day 13 of my daily vlogging challenge. Now you don't need to have a series for your vlog, but I highly recommend it, especially if you're a beginner, because you don't necessarily want to be vlogging every day, and you also want to have something that your audience can look forward to. I also think creating series is really great if you don't want to be confined to a niche and you want to be able to switch topics easily. For example, one moment I could be doing a series around traveling, and then the next series could be about my beauty hacks and I'm vlogging that, and so it allows you to really move through topics seamlessly with your audience while still being consistent, and also your audience will have something to look forward to. Now before I walk through the rest of my script, let me actually play my vlog for you so that you can have an understanding on why this vlog performed better than the others. Today our car got stuck in a ditch. And Of course, it happened on day 13 of my daily vlogging challenge. Before all of that, the morning started peacefully with a gorgeous last breakfast on our terrace and one final walk around the property before leaving to Rome. Staying at Lupaya definitely triggered some money mindset guilt at first because this trip was a big splurge. But then I remembered a book called Die with Zero. The whole idea is that money is meant to enable a rich life, not just a rich bank account, and that every experience has a peak level of fulfillment, a time when it means the most to you, before its value declines. For example, walking through Europe in your 30s when you can still handle all of the steps hits differently than doing it in your 70s. So instead of saving everything for someday, the book recommends creating time buckets. Your 20s might be for backpacking, your 30s for starting a business, your 40s for big family trips, and your 50s for writing a memoir. Each stage of life has experiences you can't replicate later. So even though the guilt creeps in, especially because we just launched Super Boba, I'm so glad we slowed down to enjoy our honeymoon. And honestly, I feel like we've been doing really good balancing work and play. And in a funny way, the silver lining of our car getting stuck was that it forced us to pause and catch up on work. We eventually made it to Rome, and wow, I think this might be the most beautiful city I've been to so far. It's such a good mix of culture and modern lifestyle, though it is very busy. Looking forward to day 14. For now, I'm ending the night finishing my K-drama. Now, the reason why I think this vlog performed better than my other ones is because I wasn't narrating what I was doing the entire time, and there was actually a central theme to this vlog. A mistake that a lot of people make is they'll start narrating exactly what people can see already in the video. I went to a coffee shop, then I grabbed a bagel, and then I worked, and then I went to the mall. You know, tell us something that we can't see. Share your thoughts, feelings, and lessons. And that's exactly what I did in this video that you just watched. At the same time, I really wanted my video to still relate to some of the clips that I was showing. And so you'll see the text that's not highlighted. It's actually speaking to what someone is watching in the video. So I felt like my vlog had a good balance of thoughts, feelings, and guiding people through I was showing. Now, the last component of my voiceover is setting an appointment, making a promise that I'm going to see my audience tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to day 14. For now, I'm ending the night finishing my K-drama. This helped people have something to look forward to stay tuned and stay following along. And it also felt like we were doing this as a group. Even though it was my honeymoon and I was vlogging, everyone by the end of my series felt like they were on my honeymoon with me.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy KG back with another video. Before we get anywhere, make sure y'all smash that thumbs up. If you're new here, please subscribe, drop a comment, and respond to all comments. I finally figured out what I'm gonna make my main purpose of this channel. Like, I already knew that I want this channel to be just for talking, so I can build a community and get better at communication. But ultimately, I realized it's going to be about self-discovery and self-development. You know, it's kind of like a self-development diary. I be wanting to write in my journal. Like, dang, I don't like journal. Sometimes I just don't want to sit still enough to write. You know, and that's definitely my ADHD. I don't know if you can relate, but if you got ADHD, maybe you have some other problem that's hindering you from doing something that you know you want to do. But this is kind of going to be like my personal diaries right now, just my thoughts. What's on my mind right now is how it's not too late. You know, I'm up late. It's about 5 a.m. I haven't slept. I had a really long day and had a really good day. And I'm watching some videos right now, some some thriving creators on the YouTube platform. They're just talking about their setup and giving advice, um, exposing themselves and being transparent about their growth. I like watching these videos because it just makes me realize I have a chance. I just gotta apply myself, apply the method, and try different methods to see what works. I've been successful on YouTube before when it comes to just getting views, and now I'm trying to crack the code with the long form content. And I know it's not too late, so that's why it's never too late. Is on my mind. I think it's just never too late right now. It's not literally, it's late. Like the sun is gonna be coming up. I'm talking about it's never too late for you to do something that you always wanted to do. Like, I've been wanting to make YouTube videos and do YouTube full time for years. And I have been making YouTube for a long time. I'm a YouTuber. I don't have imposter syndrome anymore because I'm good at making videos, good at editing, and I enjoy making videos. I'm just always felt like it's too late. Now I'm realizing within the last 2 years, just seeing more success, seeing more people follow me on other platforms, subscribe to my other YouTuber channels, made me realize it's not too late for me. I'm just on time. I'm on time. We are on time. So if you feel like you're too late, you're not too late. You're on time, and we're exactly where we need to be. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for just my setup. Grateful for the things that I have. I really, 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 really want a new camera, like Sony camera or DJI or both. Like I think I want both, but after having my Sony camera stolen right after my birthday, I never thought I would be doing vlogs again. To be honest, it just discouraged me so much. But here I am on a new channel, making vlogs, and it's not too late. I know I can catch up. People go viral overnight. I'm putting in work to go super viral and have a really strong community to talk to relate to, just be like our own support group, just talking, chatting on the community page and in the Discord, and just gonna keep building, guys. It's not too late for me. Exactly where I need to be, and you are too. If you always wanted to get into content, I recommend that you post right now. YouTube is an open space. It is not late. It is the time to post on YouTube. And I realized, like, living in LA, it seems like everybody's doing content and posting content, but it's not really. Damn, I should just cut out. It's not really YouTube space. kid, I'm gonna look. Papa, come on. Why would I fight all that? That's insane. You know you can't hear drunk. No, it's not you. It's you. Literally like a joke. That's insane. But you have people like this around. This make a move. Kitchen. Artist, baby. You know, this my phone cut out while I was talking, and that's why I need a camera because my storage has been cutting out on my 17 Pro Max. But I was saying that there's not really a YouTube space here for male bloggers, male creators, and I'm gonna fill that space. So if you've been wanting to create content, if you're a guy, you've been wanting to create content, post content on YouTube, like I'm about to take over the YouTube space. Like, there's nobody in LA, Hollywood posting content in the YouTube space. So, especially guys, that's what I'm mainly focused. Like me, I'm a guy, you know, and the lifestyle that I live, I feel like other guys would like it, and even girls would like it. But there's a lot of girls making content. I'm watching a girl content creator right now, and that's what I was trying to say before the video cut out. There is nobody here taking over the YouTube space. And I'm gonna be taking over the YouTube space, y'all. By the end of the year, I'm gonna be taking over the YouTube space. Hopefully, this channel is monetized by the end of the year. That's my goal. It's never too late. Don't forget, it's never too late. You just gotta lock in. You gotta focus. Shut out the noise. Do what you wanna do. You know, my son moving forced me to really isolate myself, and living alone has helped me find the peace to do these videos, you guys. I enjoy talking to the camera. I enjoy talking to you guys, people that are watching these videos, that are enjoying my content, enjoying what I have to offer. All right, and I hope this motivates somebody. That's kind of the goal of me doing this self-development, self-discovery, talking to myself, talking to you guys, and just picking up the camera and filming. So I'm hoping to inspire somebody, motivate somebody to do what I'm doing. And I'm noticing just refilming, streaming, it helps with accountability. It really helps with accountability. I'm very productive because I'm always filming things. You know, so it'll probably help you if you're just trying to find a way to get off the couch or just be productive. You never know who can relate to you, so just start filming. You know, it's never too late, especially right now. The YouTube space is open. I'm about to take it over. I'm about to take it over, guys. I'm so excited. You know, people don't really understand, but I'm getting better at the thumbnails and just filming, editing, everything, finding my process. You know, I'm trying to do less edits in these videos. I'm trying to just throw a couple pop-ups, talk about something meaningful with a value, and post. That's it, guys. I'm gonna wrap up this video. I really appreciate you guys for watching to the end. Yeah, I hope y'all are having a good 2026 so far. We're already in the second month. Year's flying by so fast. I really want to try to get some music out. And that's what's on my mind. That's what I'm hardest on myself, is just putting out my music. I'm gonna get music out. Hopefully we can get something out this month. If not, record something really good this week. You know, at least two songs. Wish me luck. All right, I love you guys, and I'm gonna see you guys later. Peace. Welcome in, welcome in.
Genuinely feel that the series format really helped cultivate that. Now, once I finish writing the voiceover, the next step is to actually record it. So I'll plug in whatever microphone that I'm using, then I'll head over to CapCut, click on voiceover, make sure that the right microphone is selected, and then I'll hit record. It's gonna count you down, and usually I also have my script on the side, so I'm reading it while I'm recording. Now that I'm done my voiceover, the next step is to edit it. So over on the CapCut timeline, I'm going to magnify the timeline so I can easily see the audio waves. Not only am I looking for obvious mistakes, but I'm also deleting any breathing or word gaps so that my video can be a lot more faster paced and flow better. This one right here is an obvious gap. I usually just hit the B button on my keyboard, which is the shortcut for blade. Then I hit the A button on my keyboard, which is the shortcut for select. Select this, and then move the timeline over. As you're re-listening to your audio, you'll also notice that there's certain areas where your audio will flatline like this. This is typically you breathing. So let me play mine so you can hear it. You can hear that I took a big deep breath in. These are things that I also cut out, so I will hit the blade button again. Take that section, select it, then hit delete, and then I'll move the timeline over. Now, a little hack that I do to make my vlog even faster paced is sometimes I'll even tuck that track right underneath that last sentence so that there's way less pauses and it becomes even faster paced. So let me play it so you can hear the difference.
Walk around property before heading to the
So it's almost like the moment I finish a sentence, I'm already starting the next one. Now, this is a style that isn't for everyone, so if you don't want to do that, then you can just do it the normal way, and that way your voiceover will sound a bit more natural. Now, one thing I noticed during my vlogging challenge is the vlogs that tend to perform the best for me are the ones that are around 60 seconds, maybe max 75 seconds. Anything that's over 90 seconds, I feel like is a little bit too long. And sometimes when I do the voiceover, it's a bit longer than I expected. So this is when I'll start cutting unnecessary details. So earlier, I showed you this script where it was actually one of my better performing vlogs. But did you know that my original script actually had this whole segment about burnt toast theory? But as I was listening to my voiceover, I kind of realized that it didn't relate to the rest of the video, and so I made the decision to cut it from my voiceover. So as you can see, you can always make edits on the fly, and there's also been a lot of times where I've had to re-record my voiceover too when I realize that it's a little bit too long. So just remember, you can always adjust. Once you're done editing your voiceover, now it's time to actually drop the clips. But before you do that, I always make sure that my aspect ratio is correct. Mine is going to be 9:16 because this is for short form. I also make sure these three settings are turned on in CapCut. I like having main track magnet on, auto snapping on, and also preview access on. Now, main track magnet basically means when you drop a clip, it's going to automatically go to the front of your timeline. And then with auto snapping turned on, when you drop multiple clips, it's automatically going to stick all those clips together like this. Whereas when you have these things turned off, now you're going to be able to put your clips in different areas of your timeline. So it really depends on what you'd like, but personally I like having these features turned on for the most part. And then what preview access means, it's just going to allow you to scrub through your timeline and be able to see what you're editing. Whereas if you have this turned off, then you're going to have to manually click on each part of your video. Another helpful setting to have turned on, especially if you're doing voiceover vlogs, is to have this entire track muted. This means that any clip that you drop into the timeline is automatically going to have no audio. If you want to turn it back on, you can just unmute it. Now from here, I really just start listening to my voiceover, and then I'll start dropping clips that I want to edit. Throughout listening to the voiceover, I'll either trim my clips like I'm doing right now to get the exact scene that I want, or I'll use the blade button and I'll start chopping things and deleting it. Now, just to show you what a typical project in CapCut looks like for me, it's going to look something like this. As you can see, I have all of my clips trimmed up, and then I also have my voiceover right here. Now, you might be wondering, Vanessa, why is your voiceover looking like this? Why is there so many little chunks? Well, it's because I did the overlapping method where I overlap my audio so that my voiceover is a lot faster paced. And every time I overlap, it creates a new track. So that is a downside when you do that method. But personally, I like the fast-paced effect, so that's why my audio tracks look like this. But just know that the voiceover was just recorded once. It's just that I kept cutting it and underlapping it over each other.
You can unlock more than ever with the American Express Platinum Card. Access over $3,500 in value each year. Explore new restaurants with the $400 Resi credit. Enjoy that can't-miss show with the $300 digital entertainment credit. And travel the world with the $600 Midtown credit. experiences like no other. Get the card.
Thank you guys.
Now, looking back at my 30-day vlogging challenge, though, there is one thing that I made a mistake with, and that is getting lazy with the music. What I would do is I would have my file as is in CapCut, export it, and then overlay lo-fi music that I find on Instagram on top, and a lot of the times I was just reusing the same track over and over and over again. The issue is that I was also cross-posting on YouTube, and over on YouTube there's no option, I believe, to actually add music, and of course the Instagram music isn't going to transfer over. So everyone who was following my vlog challenge on YouTube had no music in the videos at all. What's also really lame is for a lot of the audio that I used on Instagram, it got removed, so my entire video got muted, which is so annoying, so I highly recommend that you use something like Epidemic Sound to avoid this from happening. Looking back, I definitely think that my life would have been easier and I would have gotten more engagement if I used Epidemic Sound, the sponsor of today's video. When you use Epidemic Sound, you have access to over 50,000 premium tracks and 200,000 sound effects across many different moods. The best part is all of this music is restriction free. And so what I do now with my vlogs is I will download some music, add it within my actual video file, and now that same video can be easily repurposed to Instagram, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok. But to take it a step further, Epidemic Sound recently released a feature called Adapt, and you can find it in your Labs tab right here. So let's say you have a track that you really like. It's almost perfect, but not 100% matching your vision. You can search the song that you want. And then from there, you can choose to adapt that song. So for example, this is the track that I have. It sounds good, but I can actually rearrange different parts of the track. So let's say I want this part to be earlier in the track, then I can just move it and drag it. And now it sounds like this. Now I've got the drop at the timing that I want. Or let's say I don't really like how fast-paced this is and I actually want it a little bit more chill, a little bit more lo-fi vibes, then what I can do is I can actually set the mood. So let's say I do want it to be a little bit more chill. I also want to make sure that there is an acoustic pop guitar playing, and I can also describe how I want the music to sound. So let's say I want it to be more lo-fi jazz vibes. Now I'll hit enter and then it'll start adapting that track to my liking. Now it sounds something like this. As you can see with Adapt, you can shape tracks from real artists to better suit your video. And the best part is now these artists are going to get paid even more because their tracks can be customized to be used by more people and platforms, and you get to use these tracks restriction-free. This is the first time that I've personally seen a company use AI to support real artists rather than replacing them entirely, and I think that's pretty cool. And if you want to try this new feature, Adapt, and support real artists, then make sure you sign up for an Epidemic Sound Creator or Pro plan. You can get 50% off your first 3 paying months after your 30-day free trial with Epidemic Sound when you use the code Vanessa. I'll link everything in the description box and in the comment section below. Now earlier, I talked about muting your audio. So over here on this track, everything is muted, so you're only going to hear my voiceover. But I added another track up top where the audio is unmuted. The honeymoon is over and we're coming back home. Now, in order to do this, I did have to turn off auto snapping and main track magnet, because if I turn back main track magnet on, it's going to glue all of my tracks together, which is not what I want. And so that's why I had it turned off when I was editing this specific video. And the reason why is because I wanted people to hear my reaction when I came home to see all of my pets. Now, once all of this is done and I'm happy with everything, the last thing that I'll do is I'll add the captions. And to do that, you just click on captions and then hit generate. Once the captions are generated, it's going to look something like this, but you're going to want to choose the font that you like, and you're also going to want to fix the captions, because a lot of times there might be some typos, or maybe there's a certain pacing that you really want. So for example, right here, it says, "You guys all went on my honeymoon with me," and that's one whole line in the video. Let's say if I wanted it to be broken up into 2 lines, then what I'd have to do is click on the area that I want to break, and then hit enter on my keyboard, and now it's going to be 2 separate lines. Sometimes CapCut may also not add the caption properly, and when that happens, all you have to do is click on this plus sign, add the caption manually yourself, And then in the timeline, just put it in the gaps that you have. For example, these captions right here, I probably had to manually add, which is why you'll see these gaps below. Now for me, I tend to keep my vlogs really simple, especially because I was traveling when I was vlogging, so my captions were not that fancy, but if you wanted to, you could definitely add animations and do a bunch of different things on CapCut to make your vlog even more engaging. And I highly recommend going on TikTok or Instagram Reels and searching up CapCut tutorials. There's so many creators that have such good tips on how to take advantage of CapCut and make your video a lot more engaging. But for me, I'm pretty happy with this, so the last step that I'll typically do is I will just export my file. And because this is being posted on social media, I just keep it to 1080p. Now, in case you're wondering how long this entire process takes me, from thinking about the voiceover, writing it, recording it, adding the clips in, editing, and then adding the captions, it takes me about an hour and a half for each video. And each video is about a minute to a minute and a half long, so I really hope that provides a realistic benchmark for you. But anyways, I hope you learned a lot from this tutorial. As always, guys, I appreciate you, and I will see you in this video next.
Save during the Best Buy President's Day sale. The savings end soon.
I don't usually say this, but what I just saw in that building shouldn't be possible.
I had the opportunity to fly to New York City for the first ever Artlist AI event. And not only was I blown away by the incredible talent in that room, but as well by Artlist's brand new AI toolkit. This toolkit lays down the foundation for all their AI image, video, and voiceover tools into one organized workspace. And it's just the beginning of the road ahead with so many new AI tools coming out for us creators. Just look at these crazy static motion images I was able to create with their AI video generator. To find out more, go to artlist.io and start creating without limits.
What is not to do? Let's do this. I shouldn't be doing this stuff.
The channel should be easy. We have more tutorials, resources, and success stories than ever before. But here's what nobody is telling you, and that is all this information is actually making it harder for people to succeed on YouTube. Because while everyone is breadcrumbing you random tips and tricks, no one's actually giving you a complete system on how to win on YouTube without charging you an arm and a leg for a course. Before YouTube, I was a minimum wage coffee barista, and YouTube changed my life for the better, which is why I made this free course course you're watching right now. This video is going to cover the psychology of how to succeed on YouTube, long-term planning, content ideas that convert, scripting that hooks viewers, efficient filming techniques, minimal equipment that looks professional, editing shortcuts, thumbnail design, and promotion strategies that help me grow my channel to almost 1 million subscribers. This is basically 10 mini courses packed into one, so I created these chapters below, so jump to where you're interested in, or watch this entire video for the full breakdown on how to start and grow your YouTube channel successfully. And quick shout out to Descript, my favorite video editing software, for sponsoring this video. Later, I'm going to show how Descript completely simplified my editing and YouTube process, but for now, I'll link them in the description box below. Without further ado, let's get started on the first step on how to build your YouTube empire. Holy sh!
Feels the same. One man wants more. I need an adventure. So Penny goes to Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
So if I book my flight now but my stay later,
Book now or add later. You still save.
thanks, voice in the sky.
The more Ken travels, the more he saves. Bundling flights, stays, and cars.
Good, Horsey.
He even got this rental with his rewards.
In PenMath, it was free.
Ken, in Italy, they also drive on the ride.
So when it comes to starting anything that's new or unfamiliar, like a YouTube channel or a new business, it's less about the strategies you use. It's actually more about the character traits you either already have or that you're willing to build. And the three that I think are really important are hunger, resilience, and discipline. You're basically going to war, and that war is against yourself. So when it comes to hunger, you have to ask yourself, why do you want this? And how badly do you want this? Truthfully, your first 6 months to a year on YouTube are going to be tough. You're not going to get the results that you want. You're probably not making any money. You have people that doubt you in your life. And you probably get the ick at yourself. Not necessarily because YouTube or content creation is hard. It's that all of it is unfamiliar. Seeing yourself on camera is unfamiliar. Learning how to edit is unfamiliar. There's a lot of things that are unfamiliar. And so it's going to be uncomfortable. But when you layer that discomfort of doing something new on top of your ego and not getting the results that you want and feeling publicly humiliated every time you're not getting the views that you think you're going to get, it's going to be tough. But what's going to get you through those tough times is having a really strong why and vision on why you want this to look. Now, my personal story is I had quit my corporate job to naively start this YouTube channel thinking that I was going to make money right away. I didn't. And so I had to become a coffee barista, working part-time, minimum wage to make ends meet while starting the YouTube channel. And the most humiliating, embarrassing part was I had to serve coffee and lattes to people who knew me, my colleagues, people who I went to school with. And it was really that hunger piece, having that chip on my shoulder, having that life that I've always wanted, reminding me every day, you know what, despite the circumstances, I'm still going to film that video, I'm still going to post, because this is not the end for me. I refuse to believe that this is the end for me. I have to make this work. And it was really that hunger piece that motivated me to post videos every single week, despite the circumstances. Now, the second thing when it comes to building an identity that is able to handle the weight of starting a new YouTube channel or starting a new business is resilience. And what's helped me build my resilience is reminding myself not to let my lowest views or my lowest income months get to my heart, and not letting my highest views and highest income months get to my head. You're gonna have videos or you're gonna have days where what you're building is not meeting your expectation. And the worst thing that you can do is assume that that means something about you, that you're not cut out for this, that you should give up, that you don't have what it takes. On the other hand, you also will have times where maybe you have a viral hit, or you have high views, or you're having a really high income month. But then you let that get to your ego, you let that get to your head, and now you automatically assume that your next video or your next project is going to get the same result. And a lot of times that's not going to happen. And then you're going to be disappointed, and you're going to always be hung up on your past success, and that's going to take you away from the progress that you're actually making. The truth is, the progress that you're truly making is likely between your videos that have the least amount of views and your videos that have the most amount of views. It's going to be in between those moments. It's really important not to just assume that you're making progress just because your videos are getting views. You have to look at each video and ask yourself, am I improving? Am I speaking to camera more clearly each time I post a new video? Is my editing improving? When I'm filming a video, is it actually taking me more time or less time? Those are the things that you should be measuring as progress as well. Now, the last winning character trait I mentioned is discipline. And I think a lot of people don't realize that how you show up outside of YouTube is how you're going to show up on YouTube. Just because you decided to start a YouTube channel doesn't automatically turn you into the person that you aspire to be. It's actually going to reveal the level of discipline that you already have. And discipline doesn't just mean filming and posting videos on a schedule. It also means emotional discipline, mental discipline, spiritual discipline. Are you someone who sticks to a routine in your life even when nobody's watching? Do you know how to emotionally regulate, or are you someone who gets triggered easily? How do you stay grounded even when you're not getting what you want, even when you're not hitting your metrics, even when someone's giving you critical feedback? Are you someone who constantly seeks external validation? Starting a YouTube channel, a business, or anything that is publicly facing requires you to become the person that can hold the weight of that visibility. This is why a lot of people don't fail just because of lack of strategy. It's actually their lack of discipline and their lack of investing in their personal development outside of YouTube. And so you have to remember that when you are starting a YouTube channel, you're also signing yourself up for a personal development journey. Millionaires think in decades, millionaires think in years, and everyone else thinks in months. At the end of the day, YouTube is just a vehicle. If your lifelong dream is to be a YouTuber, you're not thinking big enough, because one day YouTube can go defunct just like any other social media platform. So a better question to ask, rather than asking, how can I grow my YouTube channel, is what am I using YouTube for? So for example, if your big goal is you want to be a global tastemaker, you want to be a lifestyle influencer, you want to work with brands, then you want to ask yourself already, what brands do you want to work with? And who's already working with those brands? Search up those creators and look at what type of videos they're making. If you want to be an influencer, you need people to be invested in your lifestyle, in your life, in your recommendations. And so that's going to influence maybe the type of content that you make. Maybe you're going to lean towards making vlogs or doing more entertainment focused content or creating content within a specific lifestyle niche. Now, let's say you're like, nope, I don't want to be an influencer. I just want to be a thought leader that changes the world and how people think. Well, now you're going to need to really double down on the perspectives that you bring to the table, and you're going to want to get crystal clear on what your principles and values are, as well as stories and lessons that you're going to bring to the table. This will also influence the way that you show up on camera as well. You may do more talking head videos, or you may do more podcast style videos where it's more conversational and you're also interviewing your thought leaders in the space. On the other hand, you might be watching this and being like, I don't want to be an influencer. I don't really care for being a famous thought leader. Instead, I just want to grow my business, or I want to start a business. Well, again, your approach is going to be different. If you don't have a business already, but you want to be an entrepreneur in the future, then start thinking about what is the product that you're going to want to launch, and how can you build that customer base and validate that demand from day one. Or let's say you already have a business. Then now you're going to ask yourself, what are people searching for at each stage of the customer journey funnel? And how can I create videos at each stage of that process to bring people from being completely unaware of my product to now being aware of it, considering to buy my product, and finally converting? They're like, I actually don't want any of those three. I just want to do YouTube for fun. I just want it to be a creative outlet. I want it to be a fun hobby. Then my recommendation to you is to actually keep it fun. There's a lot of people that say they want YouTube to be a hobby, and yet they take YouTube so seriously to the point where they forget why they even started, and now it's affecting their mental health. And so if you truly want this to be a fun hobby, then make it a fun hobby and don't put so much pressure on the metrics and the views and the likes, and instead do it for the sake of your art. Coming up with video ideas can be really personal depending on the goals that you have and the niche that you're in, but regardless of these two aspects, here are the 4 steps that I would take to come up with new video ideas. The first step is to look internal before you look external, and you do this by creating a story bank. Now you can go pen to paper and start reflecting on the major milestones that have happened in your life, the lessons that you've learned, and all the stories that shape who you are today. But one of the biggest advantages of being a YouTuber now versus years ago is the technology of AI. And so here's one of my favorite prompts prompts if you want to use AI to help you synthesize your thoughts. Pretend to be my personal branding coach and ask me 20 questions that can help me build a story bank with lessons I've learned in my life and significant events that have shaped who I am. Once you get those questions, you're going to want to dedicate a solid part of your day to answer those questions as if you're being interviewed. Already, a lot of content ideas should come up through this exercise. But if you're still stuck, you're going to want to attach your Google Doc to your AI tool. My favorite is Poppy AI, and then follow up with this prompt. These are my raw stories and lessons. My goal is to be blank, so here you're going to want to put whatever goal that you have. What are the main themes that you see, and can you give me 50 video ideas based on these stories? What's going to happen is now you're going to have a full library of content ideas that you can work with that come from your personal stories and experiences. Now, if you are someone who is using Descript, my favorite video editing tool to edit your videos, what you can also do is go to New Project. I'll call mine YouTube Brainstorm, hit Enter, and then at the bottom right-hand corner, you can use Underlord Descript AI Assistant to do the exact same story bank exercise. As you can see, the questions are quite similar, and that's because with Underlord, you can choose whether you want to use Claude, Gemini, or ChatGPT. I've also attached the raw file of all of my stories answering these questions, and then I'll use the exact same prompt to get the main themes and video ideas. And from here, you can see that it did the exact same thing of coming up with themes or content pillars and 50 video ideas based on my stories. Now, later on, I am going to talk more about Descript and how I use it to edit my videos. But for now, just know that if you are already using Descript, you don't have to double up the apps and you can do everything directly inside the platform. After looking internally, the second part is to look externally for inspiration. What I would do is list down the top 5 creators that I admire. Now, a mistake people make is they look at people's most recent videos after they found success, after they've made it big. But what I like to do is I actually like to look at their oldest videos and study their come-up journey. What types of videos were they making when they started their YouTube channel and when they were in the exact position that I was in? By doing this, you can also see which videos truly shape the trajectory of their channel and successfully excludes. For even more ideas, I would search up the specific topics I'm thinking of doing, and I would pay attention to which videos are getting more views than the person has subscribers. You can easily do this by downloading the plugin vidIQ, because even with their free plan, you can see how many subscribers that creator has without clicking on the video, which is going to save you a lot of time. The reason why you want to pay attention to these outliers is because it indicates that it's a high growth topic. It's not just that person's subscriber base that's watching the video, it's actually a lot of non-subscribers that are watching too. Aside from looking at high growth video topics, you also want to pay attention to when those videos were uploaded. For example, I wanted to make a video teaching people how to edit short form vlogs, and I noticed that this girl had a video that was doing really well on her channel. But the problem is this video was uploaded years ago, and so I knew that there was an opportunity for a fresher perspective, which is why I made my video. I also want you to know that having a fresh perspective doesn't mean adding new information to the table. I think a lot of new YouTubers put a lot of pressure on themselves to reinvent the wheel. And I want you to know by just you existing is already going to make a difference. Just you being you. When I started making social media videos 8 years ago, a lot of the videos were made by males, not gonna lie. And so when I came into the space, it was a woman. It was someone that was Asian. It was someone that maybe delivered the information differently or had a different speech. That all made the difference. And so never feel the pressure to conform to a certain standard or feel like you need to change yourself in order to succeed on YouTube. Another thing you can do when you're looking for new video ideas is not just looking within your niche, but also looking outside of it. There's a lot of title structures that you can learn from and adapt to your niche. So for instance, I see this video where the person has more views than they have subscribers, and the video title is How to Be a Better Reader, Do This to Your Books. Well, I can adapt it to my niche and say, how to be a better YouTuber, do this to your videos. What I can also do is take a highly competitive topic and just make it more relevant by adding the year. And this is actually how I got my first mega viral video. I saw that there was a lot of videos about how to grow on Instagram, and I knew as a new YouTuber, I didn't stand a chance. And so what I did is I took the exact same title, How to Grow on Instagram, and I added in 2021, or whatever year that I posted that video. Now, when people were in the search bar and they saw these other videos that had more views, they still clicked mine because it made them feel like the information was going to be more relevant. Lastly, you can also take a very popular topic and make it more specific in order to get more views, especially as a new YouTuber. When I started, I saw that there were a lot of popular videos on why people quit their jobs, and I knew that I couldn't compete with that as a new YouTuber. So I decided to niche down my video to a specific type
type of audience. And instead, I did why I quit my corporate job for millennials. And this was actually my first video that got tons of views on my channel. Now, let's say you looked for video ideas internally and externally and you're still feeling stuck. Well, I want to share that this is why being a YouTuber today is more advantageous than being a YouTuber years ago. And that's because of AI. So if you're comfortable with using AI, I want to show you a really great way to actually come up with ideas that are still authentic to your personal story. When you're starting your YouTube channel or you're in a season where you want to grow your YouTube channel, you're likely watching a lot of videos like this one, teaching you the best practices, whether that's how to script, how to edit, how to package your titles, how to make the thumbnails. Now, earlier I mentioned my favorite tool being Poppy AI, and the reason why is because I can actually create a group, and then I can paste all the videos that I'm learning from. I'll then link that entire group into a Poppy AI chatbot, and then ask Poppy to summarize all the learnings from those videos. Now I basically have cheat sheets on what makes a successful YouTube video. To take it a step further, I can actually use Poppy AI to create repeatable frameworks. So let's say I grouped all the top videos on how to come up with the best YouTube titles. I'll then ask Poppy to analyze the attached videos and come up with title frameworks and templates that I can apply to future videos. As you can see, based on these expert videos, Poppy's come up with some repeatable frameworks and templates that I can apply to my future videos. It's also really nice that it's included clear examples so that I have context as well. The best part is that a lot of this can be applied to any type of video I create. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy this entire structure. I'm going to create a new text box, and then I'm going to paste that structure and I'll put it to the side. Next, I'm going to do the exact same thing, but this time it's going to be for scripting. Now Poppy's given me another repeatable framework that I can use for future videos as a structure that I could follow based on expert advice. So what I'm going to do now is I'm also going to copy this entire thing and create a new text box and paste what I've learned there. So now I have frameworks for titles and scripting. Lastly, I'm going to repeat the process for thumbnails. Again, Poppy has come up with some frameworks that I can apply to any video that I make in the future. So I'm going to take this and then I'm going to copy it and paste it in another text box like this. At this point, I basically have a YouTube brainstorm system. Not only do I have a library of video topics coming from my personal experience, but I also have frameworks and best practices on titles, scripts, and even thumbnails. But the one thing that I think is really unique with Poppy AI is I'm going to go ahead and create a new group, and then I'm going to paste 6 videos of mine that I feel represent my voice really well. The reason why you want to do 6 videos is so that Poppy has enough information. So now I'm going to link the group where I have the frameworks for title, scripting, and thumbnail into the Poppy chat. I'm also going to link my video idea library, and I'm going to link my Vanessa's Voice group. Within my video library, I'm going to pick one topic that I want to create a video on. In my case, I'm going to do how to pivot without losing your audience. Head over to the Poppy chat. Then in the chat, I'm going to say, I want to create a video about the topic, how to pivot without losing your audience. Can you please come up with high converting titles, create a script outline using my brand voice, and also thumbnail copy suggestions. From here, you can see that Poppy's given me some title ideas based on the expert frameworks that I provided. It's also created a script outline using my voice specifically based on the videos that I attached. This includes the hook, the intro, some main points that I can follow, and then also an outro. Now, of course, you don't have to follow this to a T, but it does help with how to structure your video. And you can rest assured that it's using core scripting frameworks that are pulled from some of your favorite YouTube mentors. And then finally, I not only got some copy thumbnail suggestions, but also visual elements that I can use to guide the design of my thumbnail. And so as you can see, what I've created here is really an amazing YouTube brainstorm system that can still be authentic to your voice and give you the right structures and outlines so that you're not starting from scratch. Now, I will include this exact YouTube brainstorm system template in my description box below, which will include the exact title, scripting, and thumbnail formulas that I have. And by the way, if you want to learn more about how I'm using Poppy, you can also check out these 2 videos I have as well. I'll also link them in the description box. Now, when it comes to scripting, it can really vary depending on the type of video that you're doing, but regardless if you're doing a vlog or a sit-down teaching video like this one, this is the general structure that I would follow.
This is how I use Canva to sell more, without the stress. During the busy retail season, I used to scramble to design every promo before launch. It was chaos. But here's my secret weapon, Canva. I pick from thousands of these ready-made premium templates. Then I grab some of my not-so-perfect product shots and, watch this, Background Remover takes care of the mess. My product looks studio ready, but here's the game changer. Magic Resize. Magic Resize does it in one click for Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, you name it. So while everyone else is stressing this retail season, I'm just chilling. Canva Pro really is the essential tool for selling more with less fuss.
Looking for tax help? Now there are TurboTax experts right in your neighborhood. They get to know your unique situation and get you every dollar you deserve. So hand off your taxes to a local TurboTax expert today.
Your first 15 to 30 seconds of your video should make someone feel like they want to keep watching. Ultimately, they clicked on your video because your title and your thumbnail did a great job in piquing that curiosity. So in the first 15 to 30 seconds, you really want to reassure your viewer that the video is actually worth watching. Now, there are tons of different ways that you can do hooks, but here are the top 4 that I really like using for my channel. The first one is the preview hook. If you're doing a more teaching or talking style video, then you could say something like, in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to promise of the video. Or keep watching because by the end of this video, you're going to be able to X result. Now, if you're doing a more vlog style video, you can actually tease the most important part of your video first, the climax.
The comment on this here. Okay. That is some of the food on my table.
Which will create a sense of curiosity so that people keep watching to figure out why whatever you're teasing even happened. Or you can also do a really short 15-second visual trailer of some of the parts of the vlog so that people get curious and want to keep watching.
Oh, baby, that sounds so late.
Even for more teaching style videos, I do this as well by really showing the different components of my video to show people that the video has a lot of value.
Not only am I going to break down step by step how to edit your videos easily and bring them to pro level quality, even if you have zero experience or don't have a lot of time, but I'm also going to share exactly why you want to make certain edits for your viewer.
The second type of hook I like using is the story hook. This type of hook feels less transactional and more story driven. For example, you could say something like, 3 months ago, I had no idea how to blank. But fast forward today, I finally know how to blank, and I'm going to show you how I figured it out in this video. Now, if you're doing more of a vlog style video, it's basically like journaling out loud. For example, you could open your video with a voiceover that says something like, I used to think that getting my dream job would solve all of my problems, but now I'm not so sure. A lot of people watching that may relate to that story and want to keep watching. The third type of hook I like to use is the mistake hook. For example, I would say something like, everyone tells you to do X, but that's actually wrong. Here's what actually works. Most times people want to avoid making mistakes. And so if you're calling out a potential mistake that they're making, they're gonna wanna keep watching the video to solve that mistake. Again, if you are vlogging or doing more of a lifestyle video, here's how you can apply the same type of hook. You could say something like, a couple months ago, I dropped $5,000 on this viral cloud couch, and it was one of the biggest mistakes I've made in my life. And then afterwards, you can proceed to share a day in the life or a week in the life, but the climax of your video is you realizing that you made a huge mistake dropping so much money on this viral couch. The next type of hook I like using is the results hook. It's really teasing the result that someone can get by watching your video. For example, if you're doing a more teaching style sit-down video, then you could say something like, this strategy got me X result in X time frame. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how you can do it. Now, let's say you're doing a vlog or a more lifestyle-driven video, then you could say something like, so last week I quit my job, and y'all, it was one of the best things I had ever done. And by the way, I did vlog the moments leading up to me handing my resignation, so welcome to a week in my life before I quit my job. Already in this vlog style video, you're showing that, hey, I already quit my job. And so the people who are watching and want to know how you quit your job, they're going to want to keep watching the video. Ultimately, the hook is designed to really pique that curiosity and have someone continue watching past that 30-second mark and hopefully till the end of your video. Now, the next component is an optional intro. It should be about 30 seconds or less. Now, the reason why I say optional is you don't have to do this for every single video, but I do recommend it because if your goal is to grow your channel, the only way for that to work is if non-subscribers are also watching your videos, because new people are finding you and subscribing to your channel. And so with that logic in mind, it means that whenever someone's watching your video, you can't assume that they already know you. And so by including a short introduction about yourself, it's not only going to build resonance and authority, but it also gives people a reason why they should follow you. Now, if you want to have a loose idea on how you can make an intro, regardless if it's a vlog or a sit-down teaching video like this one, here are some examples. If I was doing a vlog, I would do it like this. I was never a morning person. I usually wake up at 11 a.m., but lately I've been waking up at 5 a.m. So follow me along as I show you my morning routine and a week in my life. Oh, and by the way, I'm Vanessa, and I'm trying to make wellness accessible to everyone. So if you're on a health journey, let's be besties. Anyways, my morning started off with, so you see how casual it is to slip it in? Now, if I was doing a more professional talking head video like this one, this is an example of how I could introduce myself. This YouTube strategy got me 100,000 subs in less than a year. And in this video, I'm going to show you the exact roadmap on how I did it. I'm Vanessa, and I'm an ex-corporate dropout turned social media coach. And I've helped thousands of businesses get visible with social media and paid with business strategies. So let's dive in. And then from there, I would transition into my main content. Now, the main body, you don't have to be as rigid or as strategic with it, but here are some few pointers that I have. If you are doing something that's more teaching style or lessons based, there's basically a bullet point of things that you want to say. My recommendation is to always front load the juiciest parts of your video first, unless your video needs to be in chronological order, like this video that you're watching right now. The truth is, even if people get past the intro, they may not make it to the end of the video. So the juicier your tips are in the first half of the video, the more likely that they'll keep watching, thinking that the second half is just as good. My next best practice, especially for those of you who are doing tip-based videos, like this video right here, is to kind of avoid saying tip number 1, tip number 2, tip number 3, and instead just keep saying my next tip is, my next lesson is, the next thing that you want to do is. And the reason why is because after you're done filming, a lot of times when you're reviewing your footage, you may want to move some tips around, or maybe you want to cut some tips entirely. If you've verbally numbered them, it's going to be a lot harder for you to change the structure of your video. Now, my next advice is for those of you who are doing vlogs or more casual style videos. As someone who's done vlogs before, I noticed that if every single video is a week in my life, it kind of gets repetitive and boring, especially if you're doing the same routine over and over again. And so my recommendation for you is to actually have a central theme to your vlog. Here are 4 different themes that I think are really helpful for vlogs or lifestyle-based videos. The first is a journey or challenge style theme. For example, your video could be centered around trying to be productive for 12 hours straight, living like a minimalist for a week, following my 5 a.m. morning routine. Not only does this signal that there's a lot of value in your video because there's a central storyline or theme, but when you're vlogging, now you know exactly what you need to capture, and it gives you structure as well when you're filming. Next is a learning or growth theme. For example, things like what I learned spending $500 at Whole Foods in one day. And then here it could be a grocery haul, or you showing people your process on picking foods at the grocery store and reviewing each of them or making meals out of them. You can also do a casual vlog style video about why you almost quit YouTube and what changed your mind. And in the video, you're just documenting your week or day in the life as a content creator and the struggles that you go through and the lessons that you learn through those struggles. And then finally, there's relationship and social themes. For example, surprising my best friend after 2 years apart. And then here you're documenting your day surprising your best friend. Having the hardest conversation with my parents. Maybe this is you documenting your journey and the courage that you're bringing yourself to tell your parents that you quit your job or that you want to start a business. And then here's another fun one. What it's really like dating as a content creator. And then here you're documenting your journey and your dating life and talking all about that. When you actually have a central theme or structure, it's going to be easier for you to map out exactly what you want to film. Because a mistake that I made when I started vlogging is I would document everything because I had no idea what type of video it was going to turn out to be. But if you're actually proactive and you have a central theme or storyline, now you can stay present in your day-to-day life and then whip up the camera for moments that you know will be included in your vlog.
Nano Banana Pro is now on Artlist. Get Google's most up-to-date model and all the leading AI models on Artlist. Subject consistency, spot on. Text rendering, flawless in multiple languages. Even the tiny background details, Nano Banana Pro gets it. If you can imagine imagine it, Nano Banana Pro can do it. Write your prompt and watch it come to life. Check out Nano Banana Pro on Artlist and start creating without limits.
360 Performance Savings Account with one of the best savings rates in America to help you grow your money. Set automatic savings rules to easily save for that next big adventure. And that's just the start. Help your money grow with one of the best savings rates in America.
Now, the last and second most component to your video is the outro. This is going to be the last 45 seconds to a minute of your video. If someone has made it to the end, they're invested. A lot of people don't actually make it to the end of the YouTube videos that they watch unless they're hooked. And so you want to take advantage of that moment of still having that person's attention and recommending them on what they should be doing next. So for example, let's say at the end of this video that you're watching, I could say something like, now that you've learned how to grow your YouTube channel, make sure you watch this video I have right here because I teach you step by step on how to edit your videos. Or let's say you have a morning routine vlog. Well, at the end of that vlog, you can say, if you really like following me along for this morning routine, then make sure you watch this video because I actually have a day in the life where I show you my fitness routine. The reason why this is important is because YouTube rewards creators that are able to rack up the watch time and keep viewers on the platform. So you're basically like your own little Netflix telling people what's the next episode they should be watching next, and if they actually take that action, you're going to be able to increase that watch time on your channel and YouTube will push out your videos more. One more note about scripting is that everyone's scripting style is going to be different and you're going to develop yours the more videos that you make. But for your reference, this is how I like to script my videos. I pretty much like to script my videos word for word, especially for sit-down teaching videos like this one. And the reason why is not because I'm trying to memorize it when I'm filming. I'm actually not referencing much of a script right now, but it's because when I write things out in depth, I'm able to understand the flow of my video, and because I've written it, I have a better chance of remembering what I want to say. However, when I'm actually filming, sometimes I'll loosely look at the script, or I'll even condense it down to a bullet point version so that it's easier for me to reference. Now later in this video, I am going to cover some filming tips, but before we do that, let's talk about equipment first. Now, when it comes to starting a YouTube channel or making videos, we all know at minimum you need to have a camera, even if it's your iPhone. But I actually want to cover what are some things that are worth investing in. At the top of the list, I think it's really worth investing in storage. Even after 8 years of content creation, I'm constantly buying new SD cards. And I think a mistake that a lot of beginner YouTubers make is not investing enough in storage. You're always going to be running out, especially doing long form content. So at minimum, when you're looking for an SD card, try to aim for at least 256 gigabytes. It may seem expensive, but trust me, it's an investment. And that SD card is going to last you for a very long time. The next is software. A lot of people focus on cameras and microphones, but what they don't realize is investing in solid software can actually save you a lot of time so that you can make more videos to grow your channel. Because typically for YouTubers, most of your time is spent filming, and then the rest of the time is spent editing. And editing can actually take longer than filming the video itself. 7 to 8 years ago, I had to manually edit all of my videos myself, and when I realized that that was actually stunting my growth, I decided to invest in someone to actually edit my videos. But then this was the next problem, is that it would cost me multiple hundreds and even thousands of dollars per month. So if I wanted to post more videos, I would basically have to pay more, and that really hurt my wallet. It wasn't until I discovered Descript where I started saving a lot of time and a lot of money, and it's now easily become my favorite video editing tool. For example, when I'm done filming, I usually have over an hour of raw footage that I need to edit, but with Descript, I'm able to reduce that raw footage down to half thanks to its AI features. For example, I can remove retakes, I can remove filler words so that I sound more concise in my videos, and I can also remove word gaps. With just these 3 clicks alone, I can bring my raw footage, which is over an hour long, down to 25 minutes or less. And later in this video, I'm going to show you all of my filming bloopers when we talk about filming. So that's why I really think that investing in software such as Descript or even the Poppy AI software I showed you earlier is worth it, because it saves you a lot of time, and now you have more time given back to you to make more videos. Now, when it comes to actual filming equipment, a lot of people tend to think that the camera is more important, but I actually believe the microphone is more important. So if you're limited on your budget, I would actually spend more money on getting a solid microphone before you splurge on a really nice camera, because you can actually get away with not having the best visuals or quality on YouTube. But if your audio is not that great, most people aren't able to tolerate that and will exit your video immediately. And if you're looking to spend money on a microphone, I highly recommend the DJI Mic Mini. Now, I personally have used tons of microphones, but I have found the DJI Mic Mini to be the most versatile, because not only can you use it for your camera, but you can also use it as a phone microphone, and you can plug it into your computer as a microphone as well. Now, let's say you're someone who's filming on your phone and you don't necessarily have the budget to add on a microphone. Well, this is again why Descript is my favorite editing tool, because you can use Descript Studio sound feature to turn your audio into something that sounds a lot more professional. The reason why this is important is because YouTube rewards creators that are able to rack up the watch time and keep viewers on the platform. The reason why this is important is because YouTube rewards creators that are able to rack up the watch time and keep viewers on the platform. Once you've invested in a good microphone, the next thing is to...
What's up, Zach?
Check out this Echo.
T-Mobile's got home internet! They've got business internet too!
Our Echoes are all going.
T-Mobile's got internet for small businesses, just $50 a month, guaranteed for 5 years.
American Express Platinum Card, you can unlock experiences like no other. Find out your welcome offer and kickstart your next unforgettable adventure. Earn 5 times points on eligible flights and prepaid hotels to travel near, far, and anywhere in between. Plus, you can explore new restaurants with a $400 Resi credit. For experiences like no other, get the card like no other. There's nothing like Platinum.
Camera, especially if you have outgrown using your phone. The most important thing though is to invest in a camera that you actually feel comfortable using and you understand how to use. When I first started, I made the mistake of choosing the most expensive camera with all of the features, but I was still a beginner and I didn't actually use 90% of the features that I paid for. Now, if you're someone who's looking for a mid-range camera, I highly recommend the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 if you are someone that thinks you may be vlogging in your videos, or the Sony ZV-E10 Mark II, which is the camera that I had for a very long time. The reason why I like the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 is that it makes filming easy, and it's actually the camera that got me comfortable with vlogging in the first place after years of failing at vlogging because I was trying to use a fancy big camera. And especially if you're someone who wants to vlog but you don't have anyone helping you to film, the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 makes it so easy because it's going to detect your body and follow you around. And then when it comes to the Sony ZV-E10, I really love that camera because I was able to swap out the lens, which is why I had that camera for a very long time. And as I grew in my YouTube journey, all I had to do was just buy new lenses to make it feel like I was upgrading. I also really love how it has intelligent auto, so I always have the right settings when I'm filming. Now, if you are someone who's watching this video and you do have a bigger budget, well, the camera that I'm using right now is the Sony ZV-E1, which is a step up from the Sony ZV-E10. And then I'll link this video right here where I cover all the cameras that I used in depth, including the ones that I just recommended. Now, once you've got your microphone, your camera, the next thing I would say is lighting. Even right now, I don't have any professional lighting around. I'm literally just sitting in front of a window. However, I do think lighting can be important if you're someone like me living in an area that doesn't get a lot of sun in the wintertime. It's really hard to film in the dark, and it actually decreases the quality of your video if you don't have proper lighting. And so I'm gonna link the ones that I recommend in the description box below. Now, in the last tier of things that you should be investing in is accessories. The truth of the matter is, yes, tripods are helpful, but when it comes to your audience, they're not even gonna see the tripod that you're using. In fact, you could be stacking a bunch of books in boxes as your tripod and nobody would even notice. But if you do want a recommendation on the tripod I use and that I think is worth investing in, I'll link it in the description box below. In addition to all the other accessories that I find really helpful for filming, including battery packs. Because when you're filming long form content, chances are you are going to run out of batteries, and the worst thing is stopping your filming flow just to wait for your battery to charge up. So that's why you always want to have a spare. And don't worry, I'll link everything in the description box below. Now, when it comes to filming strategy, it really comes down to personal preference and the season that you're in. Some people love to batch film 3 months worth of content in just a couple of weeks, while other people like the cadence of filming every single week. Personally, I've done both approaches, and I always switch back and forth depending on the priorities that I have in my life, the energy that I have, and just the season that I'm in. But regardless of whatever cadence you choose, here are some filming tips that I have regardless of what you decide. The first tip that I have is to film in sections. Instead of hitting record and trying to film an hour's worth of content in just a single sitting, I like to review my script, and usually I have my script on my laptop or my phone nearby. I'll read what I need to say, and then I'll hit record and start saying the first few lines or up until how much I can remember. And then after, I'll stop recording. I really like this method because if I don't like what I said, or maybe I made an irreversible mistake, I can just go back to my footage and then delete it from the clip, so that when I upload all the clips into my editor, everything that I'm putting in is basically the exact clips that I actually want. This is also going to help you save on storage space, because sometimes if you're just filming in a single sitting, that one clip can end up being an hour or 2 hours long, which is going to increase the amount of gigabytes it's going to be. Whereas if you chunk it down and make it into multiple small clips, you're going to be able to save on storage space. The next tip that I have is to really trust the edit. A lot of times when you're watching someone's video, you're watching the final product post-edit. The truth is, all of your favorite YouTubers mess up when they're filming. In fact, let me show you some raw footage of me filming this video that you're watching right now. While some people like filming every single week, while some people film once a week and while some people like to film once a week and prefer that cadence because they're able to stay on top. But even though I'm making mistakes, I just run it through Descript and remove all of my retakes in just one click. Oftentimes, I also forget what I need to say, so there's a lot of long pauses in my footage. When I first started my channel years ago, and to this day is filming in sections. So what I'll do is I'll review my script, whether that's bullet points. So oftentimes I'll have my script on hand, but then I use the script and I can easily remove those word gaps. When I first started my channel years ago, and to this day is filming in sections. So what I'll do is I'll review my script, whether it's on my computer, my laptop, or my phone. The next tip that I have is to not be afraid to ramble in order for you to get comfortable on camera. The hardest part for me filming videos is the intro, because I'm always so caught up in wanting the perfect hook. But what I actually do is when I start filming, I'll say, what's up, my name is Vanessa, welcome back to my channel. Today I want to talk about how starting a YouTube channel should be easy. We have more tutorials, resources, and success stories than ever before. Starting a YouTube channel should be easy. We have more tutorials, resources, and success stories than ever before. Now obviously the first part of me introducing myself and saying how excited I am isn't necessarily the best hook, but I need to say it in order for me to ease into filming. So after I'm done, when I actually go into Descript, I'm able to use their text-based editor where I can edit my video like a Google Doc and just delete the parts that I don't actually want in my video. So never be worried if you're constantly repeating yourself on camera or that you're not sounding concise like your favorite YouTubers. A lot of us are just trusting the edit and doing a lot of the polishing after we're done filming. And don't worry, I'm going to cover even more editing tips later on in this video. The next tip that I have is to not put so much pressure on yourself to perform. A lot of times when I struggle to film on camera, it's because I'm in my head, I'm trying to be an expert, I'm trying to be a guru, I'm trying to make sure whatever I'm saying is right. And when that tends to happen, I mess up the most. And so what's really worked for me is to not only take a step back, ground myself, take a few deep breaths, but it's also to remind myself that I'm not here to teach, I'm just here to share. Even filming this video, I have to remind myself it's not how to start a YouTube channel, it's how I started my YouTube channel. And even just that mental shift allows me to put my guard down and make me feel a lot more comfortable on camera, knowing that whatever I'm sharing doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not an expert, I'm not your guru, I'm just a guide, and I'm just sharing my personal experience. And that alone takes the pressure off and makes all the difference when I'm filming.
Stay on brand across every platform. Keep your branding consistent for all designs in a few clicks. Canva makes it easy to stay on brand. Try it on Canva Pro today.
Hey, we got this old mattress and the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups? Seriously?
Yeah, Verizon, anyone can take their AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll beat it with a better deal.
Isn't Verizon pricey?
No, better deal, best network. What is this, a shoes on, shoes off situation?
You need to go.
I'm good.
Now.
Bring your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Now, when it comes to editing, there's really 3 ways you can approach it. You could do it yourself, you could outsource, or you could do a mix of both. And I actually have 2 videos right here walking you through either one. Whether it's editing yourself step by step using my favorite editing tool, Descript, or hiring and outsourcing to a video editor. So I'll link both of these videos in my description box below. But if you are starting out, I highly recommend that you at least edit a few videos yourself so you have a good idea on what you like and what you don't like, and really understand what your style even is. And if it's not obvious already, my favorite video editor of choice is Descript, so let me walk you through how I use Descript to edit my videos. First, I like reducing my raw footage down to half with just a few clicks thanks to Descript, with removing my filler words, retakes, and word gaps. What I also love is reviewing my edits like a Google Doc, so if there's something that I don't want, I can just strike through and it's going to remove it from my footage. But beyond that, I can set the playback speed to 2x or more, so I can breeze through my edits really quickly. Descript also has the layouts feature where you can apply pre-built designs to your footage. You can even update your brand kit with your brand colors and brand fonts so that all of your designs are consistent with your brand. For example, I can make lists, call to actions, sections, fancy screen recordings, and more. But what I love most about Descript is it's not like all the other AI video editing tools that's going to edit the entire video for you, even though it can do that. I love that you can still customize anything that you want and treat it like a regular video editor. For example, I can add my own text, color, images, sound effects, music, all without leaving Descript. And if you don't have your own images or videos, you can not only access Descript's stock library, but you can also create images and videos from scratch using their AI assistant Underlord. Now, if you want a full 45-minute masterclass on how I edit my videos using Descript and also the editing strategies that I use to retain my viewer, then you can watch this video after you're done this one. And if you want to try out Descript for free, then I'm going to link them in my description box and in my pinned comment below. So when I have a video idea, I'll typically search it up in search and then see what thumbnails are capturing my attention. And then I'll screenshot that and put it in the same Notion page as my video idea. But when it comes to actually coming up with my own thumbnail, these are a few best practices that I follow. The first one is the copy in your thumbnail should not be the same copy as your title. I used to make the mistake where I would repeat the title in my thumbnail, but that's wasted real estate because you basically have 2 opportunities to hook someone, your title and your thumbnail. Let me show you some examples. Let's say your title is How I Got 100K Subscribers in 6 Months. Well, your thumbnail could be the before and after of your subscriber count to trigger curiosity, because if someone sees that, they're going to want to know how you made that jump. Or let's say your title is The Day in the Life of a Fashion Boutique Owner. Well, the copy in your thumbnail could be My $10,000 Mistake, especially if your video is going to cover that topic. At the end of the day, your thumbnail needs to trigger curiosity or give additional context that's going to make someone want to click. The next advice that I have is assume that everyone is browsing on YouTube on their phones. Now, this might not be true, but you want to design your thumbnails with that in mind. So make sure that your text is large enough, even if someone is browsing on mobile. Make sure you have high contrast in between your image and your actual text colors so that things aren't blending into one and hard to see. And then finally, if you are a personal brand and you're showing your face to camera, make sure in your thumbnail that you have your face in the thumbnail. I've actually experimented with this where I didn't have my face in the thumbnail and it didn't perform as well as when I have my face in the thumbnail. Because a lot of times people like to watch videos from people that they feel that they could relate with. For example, there's 1,000 videos on how to start a YouTube channel, but maybe you clicked this one specifically because I'm Asian, or because I'm a woman, or because we look the same age. And so showing your face does help when it comes to attracting people to your video and why they would pick yours over others. But not only this, when I experimented with not showing my face, I actually got comments from my regular viewers that said when they saw my video on the feed, they didn't click on it because they didn't know that it was mine. And so having your face does help, especially if you want to grow your personal brand with YouTube. Now, when it comes to taking thumbnail pictures, I'll reference the inspiration that I've screenshotted, and then I'll take a video of all the different poses. That way, when I go back to my computer, I can just scrub through the video and take screenshots of the best poses. After Afterwards, I select all the poses at once and open them all at once so I can see them in one go, and then compare all of them to see which ones I like the most. Afterwards, I'll drop all of my shortlisted poses onto Canva, and then most likely I'm using these features. The first one is Magic Grab, where I'm going to grab my body out of the picture so I can move it anywhere I want, and I can change the sizing or even auto-correct the colors so that it's only making my face brighter but not necessarily the background. Because what I noticed is if the background's really bright, and let's say I'm using a white text, then it's going to blend together and I don't like that.
I also like using the blur feature so that my body stands out even more. For the text, my favorite effect is the lift effect so that it pops. To make my body stand out even more, oftentimes I'll add a drop shadow or I'll even add an outline.
Once I'm happy with the design, I'll start playing with the actual copy.
Now, a little hack, if you are someone who is already using Descript to edit your videos, you can head over to Underlord and then ask Descript to come up with high converting thumbnail text and copy options based on the video. As you can see, it's given us a lot of great options that we can test. Alternatively, you can also go to Export, click on Transcript, and then download the entire transcript of your video. Once you have the transcript, you can use any AI tool of your choice and upload your transcript, and then ask for high converting thumbnail text and copy options that way. In my case, because I already loaded up some core thumbnail formulas, it's following that exact system and giving me options there.
The best part is YouTube Studio allows you to A/B test thumbnails, so sometimes I'll load up 2 to 3 thumbnails to test.
Taxes was feeling uneven. Now taxes is open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is taxes.
Point right now, new secrets and lies are coming out. I hope I'm ready for all the drama. It's all going public. I feel like a storm's coming.
Now, when I'm ready to publish my video to YouTube, there's a few things that I prepare. If possible, you always want to try to export in 4K because YouTube prioritizes videos that are in 4K. And if you want, you can link Descript to your YouTube channel and upload to YouTube directly. Now, while I wait for everything to upload and process, I then start working on my description. Not only is the description one of the first few places that your viewers are going to check for resources and links that you mentioned in your video, but it's also a strategic place to add keywords. The more keywords that you put in your description, the more information that you're feeding to YouTube on what your video is about so that it can push your videos to the right people and potentially rank you higher in search. But this is another reason why I really like Descript. Because it already has so much context on what my video is about, all I have to do is ask Underlord for top of funnel keywords that I can use in my video. I'll paste those keywords within YouTube's keyword section, but I'll also ask Underlord to create a keyword stuffed description that I can also paste in my description box. The next part of my description is the chapters. Chapters are really important because not only is this an opportunity to also put keywords, but it also improves the viewer's experience, which will then lead to better retention because now people are able to choose what areas of the video they want to watch rather than not knowing what you're going to share and leaving the video entirely. And how you can create your chapters easily is either through Descript because it already has the context of your video, or you can watch your video at 2 or even 3x speed and create those chapters yourself. Another tool that I also like using is TubeBuddy, where I can easily screen my video after it's uploaded and then do my chapters that way. The next part of my description is making sure that I have all the relevant affiliate links or links of anything that I mentioned. Now, if you find yourself using the same links over and over again in your description, or even having to link your socials every time, a little hack for you is to actually go into your YouTube Studio, head over to your settings, click on Upload Defaults, and then from there you can add your description template with all the links that you always have. This way, every time you upload a new video, that description template will always be there. Once my video is uploaded and unlisted, my description is done. The next thing that I will do is add my end screens, and then go to my video and add a pinned comment. The pinned comment is really important because you can ask a question to increase engagement in the comment section, or you can link the most important call to action that you have. I like to do both. Once all that is done, I will then schedule my video.
When it comes to actually promoting my YouTube video, here are a few steps that I always do. The first one is I schedule a community post. Even if you don't have a lot of subscribers yet, there's a chance that your community post can still show up in someone's algorithm, even if they don't follow you. And so what I do is over on Descript, I take the most interesting part of my video, and then I will create a new composition. I will change the composition to a square, and then I will also add captions. Next, I will export that into a GIF and make sure it's a lower quality. Sometimes I might have to take that extra step of using a compressor to make sure my GIF is small enough to upload as a community post. Then I ask Underlord or any AI tool that I'm using to come up with a community post summarizing the most important points of my video and why people should watch. I'll paste that into my community post and then I will schedule it to publish a couple of minutes after my scheduled video. Another way that I promote my videos is I repurpose my long form video into short form. So over on Descript, I'll watch my video at 2 or 3x speed and then look for all the sections of my video that could be a standalone short form video. I'll highlight that section and then create a new composition. Once my video is in a new composition, I'll change the aspect ratio to 9:16 for short form. And because it's short form, I'll try to make my video more concise by deleting the extra fluff. Afterwards, I'll add captions. My favorite is the classic template, and then I'll adjust the font style, size, and colors if needed. And then once I'm done, I'll export the video in 1080p. And then I can repurpose that on Instagram, YouTube Shorts, and even TikTok. And an advanced strategy that you can consider using is investing in a tool like ManyChat, where you can say, comment the word X, and I'll send you the link to your video. This is how I drive traffic to my YouTube videos from Instagram. The next thing that I do to drive more traffic to my YouTube videos is I leverage my Instagram audience by promoting my video over on Stories. What I typically do in my promotion sequence is the first story is usually a trailer of what my YouTube video is about. Because I know I always have to make a story teaser, when I'm doing the hooks for all of my videos, I kind of say it in a way where it can be a teaser to my video. Let me show you an example. If you're thinking of finally starting a YouTube channel this year, or you want to level up your current videos, but you can't quite afford a part-time video editor, then this video is for you. Because not only am I going to break down step by step how to edit your videos easily and bring them to pro level quality, even if you have zero experience or don't have a lot of time, but I'm also going to share exactly why you want to make certain edits to retain your viewer and get better results on your videos. So let's dive in. This is why using Descript is really easy, because I will just take my hook, turn it into a new composition, add some fancy captions and text, and then that will be my actual story teaser that I post on Instagram with a link to my video. The second story sequence that I do is typically me scrubbing through my video and going through all the chapters so that people get an idea of what's being taught or what's being shared in my video to pique curiosity. I create this by going to my YouTube app, turning on the screen recording feature on my iPhone, and then record myself scrubbing through the entire video. I will then crop my screen recording and then add it to my Instagram stories. What I'll also do is whenever I upload a new video, I always pin it to my channel. And so when I'm on mobile, I can just screenshot that and then also put that on my stories. Typically, I'll even add some text on why people should watch the video, and then I'll link my video in the stories and post it like that. So there you have it. That's everything you really need to know to start and grow your YouTube channel. And I know that it was a lot of information, but just remember, you don't have to get everything perfect from day one. Pick 1 or 2 things that you learned in this video, implement them this week, and bookmark this video so that you can refer to throughout the year. All my favorite tools and resources, including Descript, will be linked in my description box below. And speaking of Descript, if you want to learn how to edit your videos in a really easy way, then make sure you watch this video next. As always, guys, I appreciate you. Good luck with starting and growing your YouTube channel, and I'll see you in this video next.
Ah, baby, you got my girl stuff. Thank you. Babe. Hey, the Tom. Babe.
GPT image model is now on Artlist, and it's a full-on creative celebration. So get ready to create whatever you want. Your words, your imagination, instantly real. Create like everyone's watching. Get the power of ChatGPT and all the newest AI models. Just go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
My neighbors are gonna be so sick of me. So sick. It's a mini party box. Look how cute.
Yo, you can't taste this at the same time now. Don't hit this. I see you in Times Square. That's crazy. Oh! Wait, wait.
Easy.
Did you see me back up on back in 2018? Oh, you did. All right, come and catch this tea. Like,
Oh, baby.
number one on the list, baby, twice. I'm the one the best, baby. I'ma give you what you need. I'ma give you what you need.
I can even show you on my TV.
I don't know this.
Who's the one that you love the most?
Right, that's too hard, man.
Which
What you got for the game, Jay?
what TV show you binge watching right now?
Dude,
You're my favorite rapper of all time.
Don't do me like
You're my
that.
favorite rapper of all time. That's
but
just so
you
curious.
can't do me like that.
I know.
All right, shake hands.
All right,
Hey, I've never actually look. I'm gonna put that down.
No, take the photo.